then, if this is working, it is.
So I can use my slides,
Okay.
and then we will try to communicate because it's a conceptual.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And you tell them what to do. Okay. No, that's good. Thank you. Okay. So then let's get started. A warm welcome back to PRIF, to the second day of our annual conference. It's great to see quite, not so many people as yesterday, but that's normal on the second day in the morning. But still, there are quite a lot of people. That's really great to see all of you and see all the panelists also. I particularly like to welcome the panel, the panelists, which are here under, at least in part, unusually difficult conditions, because in the hotel there was a fire alarm at 5 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. So at least those that did hear it and left the building have been struggling or had quite a lot of time to prepare their presentations. So great that you're all here, and we will manage to kind of not fall asleep during the panel, I'm sure. So with this panel, we now turn to a topic that has the theme, if you will, of our conference really in its DNA. So it's not kind of, as we had yesterday in the panels, like we have issue areas and then we're kind of imposing, if you will, a question on this because it's, we think, and we saw that it is relevant, even if actors themselves perhaps don't consider it to be relevant, right? Today, this is definitely different. We're talking about international democracy promotion, where it's, of course, very explicitly dealing with questions of political regime type. And of course, also the more specific questions of how to deal with autocracies is not new for democracy promotion, but has been an issue ever since there was something called or thought to be international democracy promotion. Still, there are, of course, new questions, and there are new context conditions, new perhaps uncertainties, new doubts that arise in the current context. And these are the questions that we want to deal with today. I would just highlight a few of them very briefly, and then we have our excellent speakers who will tell you more about this, and then we have room, I think, enough today to really discuss these issues. Just to highlight a few things that are in part new, or at least are confronting international democracy promotion in new ways or with new intensities. One probably is the whole discussion about autocracy promotion, which relates to a question of regime competition. So in the context of the rise of China, the increasing role of also Russia, also regional powers, quite a few of them not being normally recognized as democratic regimes, there was an important debate about autocracy promotion, whether we would observe something like non-democratic actors engaging at the international stage and in other countries in something we might call autocracy promotion, somehow competing in quite explicit terms with those countries who at least declare themselves to be promoters of democracy. I guess research and the debate about this has shown that this is not so clear-cut an issue. First, of course, and we had this yesterday, because the countries that are doing democracy promotion also engage quite a few times in policies we might also call autocracy promotion. We had this yesterday, but also because there's actually not so much evidence that there's an explicit and deliberate policy of promoting autocracy on the part of autocracies like China and other actors. But still, the question remains what this kind of competition that we do see in some regards, even if not necessarily in the sense of one side wanting to promote autocracy, the other one promoting democracy, there is a competitive kind of context in quite a few third countries where at least Western governments at the level of their discourse declare to be aiming at promoting democracy. And then second, of course, we have this whole discussion about autocratization or global de-democratization. So somehow kind of the context conditions in mainly the global south, where democracy is promoted most of the time, is no longer kind of a context where at least the democracy promoters would expect that the normal thing we would observe is democratization, and there might be only some kind of circumstantial obstacles to this, but the normal way of evolution of these countries would be towards democracy. But now, at least kind of if we believe democracy indicators, the more normal condition seems to be one where we have at least gradual processes toward autocratization, at least attempts, at least open struggles about the direction of political regime developments. And this raises also questions for democracy promotion. And then, of course, we have an additional dimension, which is autocratization back home. So we have in different ways than in the 80s and 90s, dynamics of de-democratization, challenges to democracy, autocratization in countries that are declared promoters of democracy. And we will talk a lot about the EU, so the EU is certainly an important case in this context, where you have EU member states which are themselves considered to be in processes of autocratization. What does this mean for the EU then promoting democracy elsewhere? And I guess, I will conclude with this, there's an overall question, kind of perhaps binding all these things together, which refers to, I think, the quite difficult question of what really might be and is currently the place and the role of international democracy promotion in a multipolar, fragmented world that is no longer the kind of post-Cold War area of liberal hegemony, a clear-cut kind of power imbalance in favor of Western democracy. What is really kind of the legitimate, the plausible and appropriate role of democracy promotion in this kind of world we're currently facing and we see emerging? For me, I think I would suggest that it's quite clear that democracy promotion can and probably should no longer be this kind of unidirectional policy in which kind of basically democracies from the global north would think themselves as established democracy, promote democracy somewhere else. But what this means, I think, is a very contested question, and I'm sure we will tackle also questions related to this today. And I'll leave it there in terms of an introduction, and now very briefly present our panel, because we have an excellent panel with people who are correct and best persons to tackle all these difficult questions. And I briefly introduce them. We have first, starting the order, both in the program and on this panel, Christine Hackenesch from the German Institute of Development and Sustainability, IDAS, in Bonn, senior researcher there with a focus on EU-Africa and EU-Africa and China-Africa relations, also expert on political developments in sub-Saharan Africa, on EU democracy and human rights support, and she will certainly also tell us about these issues. Then we have Michel Pace, professor in global studies at Roskilde University in Denmark. Michel has done research on manifold kind of issues related to the Middle East, to the EU, to EU relations with the Middle East, including all questions related to democracy promotion. And she also is currently participating in a EU Horizon project, which is called Shape Them EU, right? On EU democracy support in the eastern and southern neighborhoods, so comparing the EU policies towards these two regions, and she will also tell us a bit about preliminary kind of ideas and findings from this project, in which also Richard Youngs is participating. Richard is senior fellow at Carnegie Europe in Brussels, and also professor of international relations at the University of Warwick, and an expert on EU foreign policy in general terms, and on all things related to democracy, international democracy, civil society, international civil society developments, etc., and of course democracy promotion. And last not least, we have Marianne Kneuer, professor of comparative politics at the Technical University in Dresden, who will discuss the presentations. Marianne has done lots of research on questions related to democracy, autocracy, democratization, autocratization, regime change, also the promotion and diffusion of democracy, but also the promotion and diffusion of autocracy. Very much with all the needed kind of research background to comment on all these presentations. So very much looking forward to all your presentations. The idea of today's panel is perhaps slightly different than the ones we had yesterday. So our idea was to have inputs that are a bit shorter, to have a bit more of a discussion. Let's see how this turns out. So the idea was to have that all of you have 10 to 12 minutes for your input, and then hopefully you have more rounds kind of response. So you don't have to include everything you want to say in your first statement, but there will be other statements as well. So without further ado, Christina, please.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Jonas. Many thanks for the invitation, for having me, and for providing opportunity to discuss these very interesting issues. You have outlined a very broad range of very interesting and relevant topics related to current challenges in EU democracy support, and I would like to use my time to speak about one specific aspect, which is about challenges that we might or might not see from China's presence in Africa for EU democracy support in Africa. So what I would like to do is to propose 3 different perspectives, how one can think about whether or not China is posing challenges for EU democracy support in Africa. I will discuss a bit what is the current state of debate, and also share some insights from my own work on these issues. So first way of thinking how China could be a challenge, or maybe is a challenge for EU democracy support, is to think about this competition of narratives that we currently have. A first key challenge is that we see an increased competition of narratives about the success of different types of political models. And this competition has at least 2 dimensions. It's about how successful is the EU, how successful is China at home in providing public goods, in dealing with global crises, in bringing concrete benefits for citizens, European citizens or Chinese citizens. But this competition is also about how attractive is the EU's so-called value-based cooperation compared to China's so-called no-strings-attached policy. Which way of cooperation at the end of the day brings more concrete benefits for African citizens in socioeconomic terms, in also political terms. When we think back a little bit, when China started engaging more strongly in Africa around 2006, these debates were not yet there. So when China started engaging more strongly in Africa, first of all, it was about whether China is a competitor for European development policy. It was very much a development policy debate. Then later, around 2010, when trade cooperation intensified and investments intensified, there was, in addition, a debate on whether China is an economic competitor. And this question on whether China is a political competitor is actually still relatively recent. I would say it started only with the COVID-19 pandemic, when China clearly presented itself much more prominently as an alternative actor and as an alternative cooperation partner. One could also frame it slightly differently and say that it took some time in Brussels to realize that China is not just an economic power, but that it's also a political power. And I would say that it also took some time in Brussels to realize that there was a foreign policy change in China in 2017 already, so quite a few years before the COVID-19 pandemic. Xi Jinping announced that there would be a foreign policy shift and that China would now be much more willing to actively share lessons learned from its own political model at home. So it's not about actively promoting autocracy, but it's about a willingness to share lessons from its model at home. And when this foreign policy change happened, I would say first there was not really a realization in Brussels that this maybe has implications for EU democracy support. It was only with the COVID-19 pandemic, when China was engaging much more assertively and presenting itself much more assertively as an alternative, that there has also been a shift in Brussels debates. So how has the EU responded? I would say a first very immediate reaction was in April 2020 when the EU initiated the Team Europe initiative, which is an attempt to more closely promote cooperation between member states and the EU institutions, and to present the EU as a more cohesive and coherent actor. Because when we speak about the EU, it's about EU institutions, it's member states, it's very, it's a very diverse set of actors, so to say. And a second reaction, and here much more clearly and assertively presented as an alternative to China's cooperation, was then the Global Gateway initiative that was launched in 2021 and that we already briefly spoke about yesterday. So these initiatives on the one hand side are about creating tangible and visible benefits for partners, so trying to be more effective and more helpful, so to say, in cooperating with partners. But on the other hand, they are also a lot about strategic communication. So you see a clear shift in Brussels that there is more of a realization or a perception that there needs to be more strategic communication on what the EU is doing, why it is doing this, and to explain why this is successful, what the EU is doing. So it's a lot about strategic communication. Now, how has this competition of narratives been received in African countries? One can discuss this question from very different angles. I would like to focus on African citizens' perceptions. We don't know a lot, but we know a little bit, so maybe just a few insights from there. The most comprehensive data we have on African citizens is from Afrobarometer data. And there we know that African citizens on average view China's economic influence as very positive. This perception of China's economic influence being very positive is still high. Also, since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has slightly deteriorated, but only slightly. And it is much more positive than perceptions among European citizens of China, for instance. Also, China's model as a potential model for African countries is perceived very positively, coming second only to the United States. And here also perceptions of China as a model only very slightly deteriorated between 2014 and 2021. And we know much less about how the EU is perceived among African citizens, but data from recent Afrobarometer rounds suggest that on average perception of the EU's influence is positive. But there's less knowledge about the EU among African citizens, and perception is less positive than perception of China on average. There's, of course, a lot of country variety, and one needs to look at country context, but on average, perception is slightly less positive of the EU compared to China. Okay. A second way of looking at what does China's presence mean for EU democracy support is looking more directly at this question of does China's presence directly or indirectly contribute towards promoting authoritarianism in Africa? This is a question that has been debated in research, but it has also been a prominent debate among policymakers in recent years. Beyond the question of whether there's really a competition of narratives, China would pose concrete challenges for the EU if it were to have a direct effect on strengthening, bolstering authoritarianism in Africa. When we look at the existing studies that we have on this topic, in a nutshell, one can say that there's little systemic and consolidated findings that how China affects political regimes in Africa or other countries of the Global South. And the evidence that we have is very mixed. But it does not lead us to conclude that China's rise had a very significant effect on this or made a significant contribution to this recent trend of autocratization that you also alluded to in your introduction, Jonas. So we have some studies that look at this from take a macro quantitative perspective and look at the effect of Chinese aid or trade and analyze whether this has contributed or not towards stabilizing or destabilizing democracies or bolstering authoritarianism. The few studies that we have find that China's presence is less likely to, or China's trade is less likely to improve the protection of civil liberties, but is not more likely to contribute towards a decline in civil liberties. But as I said, it's also still limited studies that we have in this area. There are other studies that look more specifically at Chinese aid and that would argue that Chinese aid is subject to political capture and that it can also contribute towards higher levels of corruption in African countries, but it does not undermine trust in political institutions, for instance. And we also don't have a significant we don't have evidence that China would, for instance, prefer to provide more aid to authoritarian regimes compared to other regime types. Beyond these studies that look at China's economic cooperation, we have an emerging body of research that looks at different forms of elite networks and transnational cooperation. So that goes much more opens a bit more the great variety of types of engagement that China offers to African countries. So these studies show that very clearly China has considerably intensified its transnational cooperation activities. There's a lot of support for African media. There's a lot of training for African political and economic elites. There's a broad range of scholarships provided for African students. And in these type of activities, in most of them, China is of course not the only actor, but it is providing, its engagement, it's much more, is happening at a much larger scale than a lot of what European actors would be doing. So for instance, when you look at engagement in media, of course, there's also European actors engaging there, but it's at a much different scale that China is acting here. And of course, there are different types of values and norms that are diffused through this cooperation just because of how the Chinese system is organized. In my own work, I have specifically looked at party-to-party cooperation. So the Chinese Communist Party has a very intense cooperation with African, mostly ruling parties, and especially in those countries where dominant ruling parties have been in power for quite a long time. These party-to-party relations have very much intensified in recent years. There's, through party-to-party cooperation, it's about meeting partners and discussing topics of mutual concern, but it's also about providing training for African political parties, supporting party schools. So it's quite a variety of activities taking place here. There's a lot of study tours that are organized for African political party elites to travel to China and see how the Chinese system is working and how China has managed to lift so many people out of poverty and has been so successful in socioeconomic terms. It is very difficult to say what exactly the effects of this party-to-party cooperation are with regard to African political parties, perceptions of elite, etc. But what is very clear is that this type of cooperation is unique for China, and it offers unique possibilities to reach key decision makers in African countries. Party-to-party cooperation aims at promoting general foreign policy goals that are also promoted through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or other foreign policy actors. But at the same time, there is clearly an element of using the party channel in order to share lessons from China's political model. And this is, of course, something then what is potentially very relevant for EU democracy support. So since I only have 1 minute left, I would skip one perspective and just immediately move to two main takeaways that I would see for our discussion. First, the EU has viewed for quite some time China mostly as an economic actor in Africa, which I think was short-sighted. So in this sense, it's a good way that the EU now perceives China also as a politically relevant actor. But at the same time, I think there is a key question how the EU can avoid further fueling this systemic rivalry that we see and this competition of narratives that we have. Because this competition of narrative means that on the positive side, democracy is higher on the agenda, democracy support is higher on the agenda. But at the same time, it raises questions on whether the EU and others are not contributing to making democracy again a kind of battlefield in global politics, which is probably not helpful for political developments and for the future of democracy itself in African countries or beyond. And the second main takeaway I would see is that we have seen in academic debates, but also in policy debates, some preoccupation with this question of whether China directly or indirectly contributes towards authoritarianism in Africa or elsewhere. But moving forward, I think it will be very important to ask more questions that we also already discussed a little bit yesterday, how the EU unintendedly also contributes towards fostering or at least stabilizing authoritarian regimes. We have some evidence from development with regard to development cooperation that development cooperation can have the stabilizing effect, which is very worrying, of course. If we look at challenges that EU democracy support, more narrowly defined, is facing, a lot of these challenges, first of all, are linked to the EU and have nothing to do with China. And moving forward, the EU maybe, hopefully, feels pressured to think more about these internal challenges in dealing with, in making democracy support more relevant for African partners than being too preoccupied with the presence of China. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We directly move on to Michelle, and now we have a PowerPoint.
Yes, so to our colleagues at the back, it's the one which is called PRIF. Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Jonas, and the Peace Research Institute in Frankfurt for this invitation. And I also want to add that actually Marianne comes from a sister project of ours. It's Redemos. And actually, we're working also with our third sister project, which is called Embrace. So the idea is actually to share our work as we go along. And I'm really happy that we just heard also your work, because one of the areas we're covering is actually the role of external actors like China and Saudi Arabia, etc., in actually impacting EU democracy support. So what I'm presenting today was actually presented a few days ago in Krakow, where we had our annual review meeting for Shape Them EU. And this work, I'm working with my postdoc, Christian Akrener, who's based in Berlin, but he is now working on Shape Them EU with Rook. And we are responsible for work package 1, so I apologize if my presentation may be a little bit too conceptual, but it's actually going to act as the guiding light, so to say, for the other more empirical work. But two main questions guide our conceptual work. And first of all, we're trying to really find out what is actually the EU doing in other policy areas. And it was really interesting for me to listen to the panels yesterday, because energy, trade, migration, and security are those policy areas that we're looking into to see whether there's even a conversation within the EU as to what it is doing, let's say, with the migration deals. How is this impacting what it claims to be doing in the area of supporting democracy in especially the south and eastern neighborhoods? I have to add that when we talk, of course, about the eastern neighborhood, there is the possible carrot of candidate status, with some already being given candidate status, others not so clearly so. But of course, this is not the case with the South. So we cannot really compare the eastern neighborhood and the southern neighborhood, but this is just to put us with a helicopter view from the start. The biggest curiosity I think I've had since I've been working on this topic is really, what exactly does the EU have in mind when it claims to be supporting democratization, whether it's in the South or in the East? And for those of you who know my work, I've been working in particular on Palestine, but also on Egypt. So I think it's really important that we zoom in on perceptions of what really people want when they say they want freedom, when they say, you know, they want to have the right to have rights, etc. So I think it's important that we also pin down the particular perceptions and conceptions of political change, because sometimes maybe economic issues, like we saw with the Arab uprisings, might be more important, as we saw from the Arab Barometer reports, than actually the freedom, you know, as in deciding to, for instance, vote. So we are trying to work all these issues up into a conceptual framework. And my key interest, and that is something that I'm sharing with Christian, is that over the years that the EU has been claiming to be promoting democratization, it seems really not to have an internal learning loop of what is it that we made not quite right in the past and how can we learn from this. So a very important example is, of course, the elections of 2006, when the EU's own observation mission declared the Palestinian elections to be the most free, fair and transparent in the whole Middle East. They actually talked about it as a model in their report. And then, of course, they moved on to actually disclaim the winners, which of course we know was the Hamas movement. Now, this is a very complicated issue because of what's going on now, but I'll be happy to talk more about this. But there was something about that kind of led to a domino effect in what the EU was trying actually to do. And of course, in that particular case, we have the fuzzy notion of no Palestinian state. So we also need to ask the question, when the EU is aiming to promote democracy, which actors exactly is it working with? You know, are we talking about state actors on the ground? Are we talking about civil society actors? Are these a select group of elite civil society actors? And we have seen the EU move slowly towards identifying the fact that often the shakers and movers of real political change are not really the ones that are involved in this community of practice, which I will be talking more about in a minute. So we are trying to create a framework in which we can see the manner in which those in the corridors of power may somehow unlearn and try and relearn from past practices that have not really led to democratization in the region. So as I briefly try to explain, we are aiming to lead the whole project consortium's work to both an internal democracy learning loop, so us as researchers and think tanks and civil society organizations, what can we learn in order to provide the EU with really sound policy recommendations that will then lead to a learning loop within the EU's corridors of power and all those actors that they work with. Now, this is by no means an easy exercise. So I will show you in the end a visual that we're trying to put together, but I'm just going to hint to a couple of issues that we've been tackling so that maybe we can lead to a discussion at the end also in regards to other external actors. So for those of you who follow migration policy within the EU, we have seen that the EU started with a number of deals, and here I'm mentioning...
Do you need the PowerPoint? Because it's...
Oh yes, sorry. It's the second slide. Next one, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the EU started making these deals because there was a lot of pressure, especially from certain member states, of how we can manage the flow of people coming to EU borders to seek asylum in particular. And we started with the infamous EU-Turkey deal, where the EU offers a package, so there is a financial incentive. In the case of Turkey, it was the expediency also of its candidacy status and becoming a member of the EU eventually, and also, of course, the promise of visas for Turkish citizens to come into the EU. Now, we have seen that with these deals, as what happened recently with the EU-Tunisia deal, autocrat regimes are very smart in using this kind of fear to come back to the EU and either threaten to open the floodgates towards Europe in terms of sending more and more people seeking asylum, or to say actually the money is either not enough, or to try and play it out with the EU to try and gain other advantages in other policy areas. So this, I think, is quite a dangerous set of policy areas that are hugely impacting on the autocrats that the EU is actually signing off these memoranda of understanding, or so-called these. Excuse me. So we are of the belief that these EU practices are actually leading to democratic backsliding, but also, more crucially, authoritarian entrenchment. So the embedded, regimes in these, especially in the southern neighborhoods. And I think we have to remind ourselves that when we had the Arab uprisings and so many people went into the squares in Egypt and Tunisia and across the southern neighborhood, the EU did promise, did come out and say, mea culpa, it was our fault, we didn't see the writing on the wall, and promised to have a different policy tact. But sadly, it turned back to the old ways of doing things, where interests supersede, of course, the whole notion of value promotion. And we have to also remember that within organizations, for those who have a background in organizational theory, organizational learning is very complicated because you have to have the agents within, but also there is an institutional culture, right? So in Bourdieu's sense, there is an embedded habitus within the EU of how we do things. And those who work simply take on this shared knowledge and repeat the same mistakes again and again. So we have a complicated, multi-layered constellation of communities of practices that the EU is working with. And we are trying to unpack all these and try and go behind the scenes, so to say, to see what is it exactly that makes these malpractices recurring again and again, without the EU seemingly shifting priorities and moving more towards this value-based and ethical foreign policy. So the next slide, please. So conceptually, for those of you who are students in the classroom, especially, I mean, in the room, we have been looking at various discussions about what makes learning within communities of practices. And ideally, we are zooming in on like-minded groups. So presumably, we are a like-minded group of practitioners or academics or civil society organizations, and we share somehow a common space for learning, right? And this repertoire of communal resources is what gives the EU the instruments to then promote democratization, supposedly. But somehow, although there is this glue that puts, these EU actors with their external partners in the South and in the East together, somehow, of course, behind the scene, there is the question of power. And when we talk about power, we're talking about lobbying groups. So it could be oligarchs, it could be pressure groups, it could be activists. So we also have to remember that the EU is a very complex monster. And those who know the corridors of power very well also know how to navigate those powers. So we need to also put sort of the reality on the ground. And for the next slide, please. What we discovered so far is that when we have pressure groups who are truly activists on the ground, it could be that they're reporting to the EU of where the EU is going wrong or where the EU is not really quite working with the right actors. In some cases, this knowledge is absorbed within the EU's institutions, but not necessarily acted upon. So it remains kind of in the background when you speak to individual EU officials within the Commission, within the Council, within the Parliament. They're recognizing that they are aware of the EU's mistakes, of who it's working with, which direction it's taking. But somehow there's this kind of blockage within the EU for the EU to do something differently, right? And we know that some of our sister partners are actually using the concept of blockages to unpack what we in our Shape Them EU project are calling malpractices. So importantly, coming back to our original question, there doesn't seem to be a coherent approach where people working on migration policy are talking to people working on trade policy, let's say within the Commission, or on energy, or on democracy support, which we, of course, find extremely problematic because, as we say, what the EU is doing in one area is having huge impact on other policy areas. And we return to one of the primary problems or the blockages that we find. And this is that often, although it's said that China comes with no strings attached, actually, if you look at the southern neighbors, Article 2 of each association agreement has a very clear clause where, in the case of violation of human rights, the EU and its partners can actually have the legal possibility to stop the relationship, the partnership, and yet this clause is never really used. So in various instances where there are violations, very serious violations of human rights, the EU keeps same of the same and seems to be blindly putting aside, these extreme malpractices. So what we've heard so far from our partners, we are working with CADEM in Tunisia, and we are working with the American University in Beirut, and they have a group of activists and oppositionists and players pushing for democratization that they bring to the project. What they actually talk about is to please, ask the EU not to make their efforts even more difficult. So actually, it is the EU here who is involved in de-democratization, which is quite serious for an organization that claims to be actually promoting democratization. And what we are ending up with, and I can tell you particularly in the case of Palestine since 2006, is that there's a huge mistrust in the EU. So in the case of Palestinian NGOs, what they've turned to is to request from people in exile, Palestinians in exile, to support their efforts in trying to bring about change. So they're actually saying to the EU, thank you, but no thank you. Right? And this is quite serious, because when I was doing some interviews in Egypt, there were groups who were telling me, we have Swedish representatives, we have German representatives coming to our offices and begging us to take money, because of course they have to legitimize that they're doing something, right? So the whole thing becomes extremely instrumental and extremely against the very principles and foundations upon which the EU is based. And because I have 1 minute left, I will just mention that 2 of the colleagues we've been working with, because they contributed to the Routledge Handbook on Euro-Mediterranean Middle East Studies, Larbi Sadiki, who's also on our international board for Shape Them EU, and his colleague Leila Saleh, helped us build up this idea of the democracy learning loop. So we know it's going to be a huge piece of work, but that is what we're aiming with. We're trying to see who the brokers could be, who could break the cycle of non-learning, and who could come and actually change the manner in which the EU performs its practices. But importantly, we come with the concept of contestation. So contestation not only by way of who criticizes what the EU is doing, but who is it that is able to present an alternative to how the EU can go about really operating with good practices when it comes to promoting democratization. And just to finish off, if I can ask my colleagues at the back to just show the complexity of what we're trying to do. It is the figure which is called EU Democracy Support as Practices Performed Within a Multi-Layered Constellation, figure 1, thank you. So as you can see, we try to simplify it as much as possible, but starting from the inner community of practice 1.1, those are the people of power within the EU. And then we're shifting outwards to see who are the ones supporting. So for instance, civil society organizations in the southern neighborhood who know how to fill in the forms, who know how to get the funding. With all respect to my colleagues from think tanks, those think tanks also in Europe, like the Institute of Affari Internazionali in Rome, Carnegie, they're doing fantastic work, but they are in the corridors of power and therefore know the game very well. And Richard might come back to me now. So we are trying to see, all these influences and how this has really become a democracy support industry, sadly to say. And I'm sorry to finish with a pessimistic note, but I think hopefully we'll have some fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. So now we turn to a voice from the corridors of power.
I wish. So as we've heard some quite specific examples, maybe I zoom out and I talk about this bigger question of how the EU deals with autocracies. And for me, the starting point is that I don't think we are seeing a major divide open up between democracies and autocracies. This is a little bit of a straw man as I see it. It's true there is a lot of rhetoric around this. Some European leaders do use a narrative of there being a conflict now between democracies and autocracies, but that's the rhetoric. The reality is something quite different, as we've heard during the various panels. Most European cooperation today is with autocracies, and it has been over the last several years. The EU and individual European governments and non-EU European governments as well have all deepened cooperation with authoritarian regimes. So most development aid is going to non-democracies. Most energy, climate, security, migration cooperation is all going to non-democratic regimes. So I don't detect very much reluctance on the part of European governments to be dealing with autocracies in this sense. The idea of a divide, a battle between democracies and autocracies, has become very much linked to the Summit for Democracy process. So people not following this is a US-led process that has organized 2 summits now that on each occasion have gathered about 115 democratic leaders, a big turnout of leaders supposedly from democratic states. And it's this initiative that has given rise to this feeling that there may be a divide opening up between democracies and autocracies. But it's not going to happen. The Summit for Democracy process is very low profile. Most democracies around the world have insisted on these big political, geostrategic issues being taken out of the process. So the Summit for Democracy process has turned into something that's very low key. It's behind the scenes. It's about democracies coordinating a bit on democracy support policies, but not in a way that precludes all this deeper integration with autocracies. European governments have been working behind the scenes to ensure that the Summit for Democracy process does not open up this really major strategic divide between democracies and autocracies. So I think that tells us something about this very nuanced relationship between big geopolitical trends on the one hand and coordination on democracy support on the other hand. So there is all this engagement with autocracies. It's going to continue. It's going to deepen in the future. And so the question is all this engagement compatible with democracy support? Does it leave any support for constructive democracy support? Irene invited us yesterday to consider the do no harm principle to ensure that when democracies do engage with autocracies, they do not at least make autocracy worse. Like Michel, I don't think European governments are actually meeting this do no harm principle. Whether expressly or unwittingly, a lot of new cooperation with authoritarian regimes is actually deepening authoritarian dynamics. As Jonas said, this challenge of dealing with autocracies is not new, but there is one new element to it. It's not just a challenge of authoritarian regimes becoming more numerous. It's not just a challenge of Western democracies needing to engage with autocracies for geopolitical imperatives. It's that authoritarian regimes themselves have changed. They've become much less willing to accept externally funding democracy and human rights initiatives. 10, 15 years ago, these regimes were authoritarian, but many of them were quite relaxed about accepting externally funded projects in these areas. Today, that is no longer the case. In fact, my slight quibble with the conceptualization of this democracy-autocracy divide would be this, that this trend is happening not just in authoritarian states, but in more hybrid, slightly more open political regimes as well. So actually, I would reframe the challenge of not being so much about democracies versus autocracies, but of states becoming more hostile environments for democracy support, both in democracies and slightly less completely authoritarian regimes as well. That, for me, is the main challenge that democracy support organizations have to deal with. Regimes are simply clamping down on the kind of democracy and human rights support policies that perhaps 10, 15 years ago they were willing to accept. Has the EU responded to this, and European governments, European donors? Well, to some extent they have. So things have changed in the world of democracy support because of this authoritarian challenge. Donors, democracy support organizations have begun to develop quite different ways of trying to get money to support democracy organizations. Many of the funding is a bit more covert. Organizations are not necessarily publicizing everything they do. They're offering support that is more indirect rather than direct. It sounds very technical, but one of the major trends in recent years has been towards what the EU calls sub-granting. So supporting organizations outside a country that in turn try and get money to very grassroots local organizations within countries suffering democratic regression. A lot of support today is non-financial support. and perhaps most notably, the most dramatic rise in funding over the last 5 or 6 years has been in helping democracy activists, human rights activists, just get out of their countries when their lives are in danger, when their physical security is in danger. So things have changed. Democracy support today is not so much about long-term capacity building for democratic reform. It's about defending human rights activists, making sure they stay alive, making sure some modicum of civic space and focus on civil freedoms, civic liberties, actually continues in these countries suffering autocratization. To my mind, this means in most countries, the EU doesn't really have a wholesale democracy agenda. It's much more modestly focused on particular areas of civil society support and individual kind of liberal civic freedoms. To my mind, that's really where the story is today. And one thing that increasingly democracy organizations recognize in this context they have to take on board is this: to try and build up civil society's own legitimacy. One of the really sobering lessons over the last decade is that as authoritarian regimes have clamped down against civil society, many of these civil society organizations haven't got a lot of support from their own populations. And this reflects some of the trends that Michelle was talking about this disconnect between democracy organizations and local populations. So there is a lot of work going on amongst civil society, human rights organizations, to try and look for ways of building up civil society organizations' own internal legitimacy, because without that there will be no hope of trying to push back against authoritarian repression. So things are changing. For me, this is the way, Jonas, this is the way that democracy supporters are trying to deal with autocracies today. But there are still real limits to how far donors, EU organizations are going in this civil society support. A lot of the engagement with civil society on these issues is fairly limited. The EU argues this, that as it engages with authoritarian regimes, in particular sectoral policies, as Michelle was talking about, it will also increase its support for civil society. To some extent it's doing this, but these two areas are not really formally mutually conditioned in any major way. So if we take the climate funding, for example, the EU is the biggest funder of climate, it gives something like 25 billion in climate funding. The argument is that it's using a lot of this climate funding, this relates to the panel yesterday, to support things like local grassroots NGOs working on climate, energy, so-called energy communities, local climate mediation projects to deal with the stresses of ecological insecurity and the like. So there is some ways in which the EU is using the climate sphere to kind of open space for engaging with local civic organizations. But, as we heard in the panel yesterday, most of this climate funding is still going to government organizations, most of it to non-democratic organizations. So the civic bit of the climate funding is still very, very limited compared to how much is going to authoritarian regimes. The same with the security funding. European policymakers will say, well, of course, we're having to deal with authoritarian regimes on security issues, and that's where a lot of our funding is going. But when we do security support, we also combine this with human rights and democracy projects as well. To some extent, this is true. The EU gives human rights training to security forces and the like, so it can claim that there's a kind of human rights element to this security engagement with authoritarian regimes. But again, in line with what Michelle was saying, this is still very limited compared with the magnitude of security cooperation going directly to state authorities. I would also say this is true of the global gateway. I'm not an expert on infrastructure as other people are, but part of the EU's way of dealing with authoritarian regimes was to say the global gateway is a democratic alternative to the Belt and Road Initiative and will include initiatives on democracy, human rights, and civil society. If you actually look at the projects that the Global Gateway has funded, most of them, to my mind, seem to be fairly standard big infrastructure projects with authoritarian regimes, with authoritarian governments. So as yet, I can't really see how the Global Gateway is a democratic alternative to the Belt and Road Initiative. So to conclude, I would say in all those ways, things are changing. European democracy support organizations are looking for ways of keeping some degree of civil society support alive in authoritarian contexts, but in a very cautious way. One thing that's happened in authoritarian regimes over the last 5 or 6 years is that we're seeing much more kind of mass mobilization led by social movements. This is part of the authoritarian dynamic, the kind of resistance to authoritarian dynamics. European governments will not support these kinds of mass protests. They will support the formal civil society organizations. Again, as Michelle was saying, when these big protests arise, European governments deliberately keep back from them. In a way because their security interests are stronger, but also because they fear delegitimizing these kind of organic mass movements that are erupting against authoritarian regimes everywhere. So that's my basic take on it. In kind of conceptual conclusion, I would say this, that perhaps relates a bit more to the academic debates. It is true that we need to avoid this absolute divide opening up between democracies and autocracies. But I think also we need to avoid going to the other extreme of writing political regime types out of the equation completely. Why? Because in a way, the prospects for cooperating on these other areas like climate, security, infrastructure, trade, economic development itself is conditioned by political regime types. So for me, the two levels work together. And at the moment, at the policy level, they're not really working in tandem with each other. All the support on kind of practical issues is not really facilitating democracy support, and all the work the EU does on democratic governance isn't really facilitating cooperation in these other areas either. So to my mind, there's still a lot of work, given that this link is not working in either direction at the moment particularly well.
Thank you so much. And now, Marianne, your turn.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me say that the first day of this workshop was already so dense and highly pertinent. And I think, as you all could see, this panel is continuing in this vein. So we heard 3 highly valuable contributions that also relate very nicely to several aspects, some of which already flared up yesterday. I will actually not go through every single presentation now, but I will highlight and elaborate at some of these insights presented here that run through the papers and also with references to some open questions that result from yesterday's discussion. And actually, I can take up maybe Richard's last comment about the divide of democracy and autocracy. I think and I agree very much to what you said, that we also shouldn't write out the regime type completely, you know, out of everything, not out of our research, but I mean, we cannot write it out of reality also because it's there. I think the way is, and actually we are doing this already in research, I think, is having a more differentiated perspective on it. It's not actually about a divide. It's about a continuum, and it's about capturing the dynamics within democracies, within autocracies, and on the continuum between democracies and autocracies. So I think this is something that might be also discussed in a broader way then later. So in order to discuss this or to capture this, we also have to relate it to democracy promotion. And again, here's the title, Dealing with Autocracies in Democracy Promotion. And having said, or having talked about the divide between autocracies and democracies, we have to simply state, as Jonas already did, that democracy promotion has developed as a branch of foreign policy in democracies and has developed to an industry, as Michel said, industry, I would agree very much to this, run by non-state actors. So we have to talk about actors. This was also a remark from yesterday about state actors and non-state actors dealing on the one hand side with foreign policy strategies, but also with non-state actors and their strategies, preferences, and so on. So democracy promotion has to deal with autocracies, but this is nothing new. And I think it's also worthwhile to precisely compare the constellations of democracy promotion as we have known them in the 80s and 90s of the last century and today. So we should keep actually also in mind this kind of development of democracy promotion in order to deduce central features of today's situation and in order to recognize its particular challenges. And this is what Richard did also in his talking about changes and development. So the first difference, I would say, is that the great boom in democracy promotion that began already in the 70s and 80s, but then, of course, increased after 1990, focused on supporting democratization of countries. Democratization, that means referring to countries that already had left authoritarianism behind and set out on the path to democracy. And this implies a lot of differences within them assumed major consonants in goals between democracy promoters and transition countries. And I really want to underline this idea of consonance in democracy promotion between the external actors, the promoters, and the domestic actors. This has been always a basic feature in the past, I mean, in the previous ideas of democracy promotion, that there should be, I mean, normatively speaking, a consonance between these two dimensions, between the democracy promoters and the transition countries. And of course, it's also an important requirement for measures of democracy promotion to unfold. Therefore, the perspective taken here in the papers of Christine and Michel are highly relevant because they're talking about the micro level. And I think this is very important what Michel and Shape Them is doing, talking about the micro level and talking about citizens. Also, Christine talked about narratives and party-to-party cooperation. So this means that we have to focus again, maybe, has been got out of sight a little bit maybe, about the consonance between democracy promoters and domestic actors. And then again, that this is a relevant feature of democracy promotion. And then also we know from the knowledge of our previous research that we also not only need to look at the path taken towards democracy or not, but also to different stages in democratization. So democracy promoters are locking in or into transition to democracy or into consolidation, so in democratic transition or democratic consolidation. But what we have today is exactly the opposite, as Jonas also mentioned, and Richard. We have not only autocracies, and I would really try to break this notion a little bit down of autocracies, because it's not only dealing with autocracies, it's dealing with a variety of phenomena, a quite diverse picture. So phenomena like hybridization, democratic erosion. I don't like the notion of backsliding, therefore I say erosion. But what is referred to is the gradual dismantling of democratic institutions and principles. So hybridization, democratic erosion, and autocratization. This means democracy promotion encounters regime constellations that are either unstable and oscillating. Think of Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, or Armenia in the last 2 decades, or states that are in a gradual process of erosion or autocratization, like Venezuela, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Nicaragua in the 2000s and 2010s, or El Salvador and Guatemala most recently. So both phenomena, the non-successful democratic consolidation or backsliding, indicate quite different actor strategies and preferences than in those previous cases or historic cases where political elite and citizenship consensually strived to democratization and constellations of stable autocracies. And I think this differentiation is very important if we look into the micro level, for example, as Michelle did or as Christine did. So we have to take into consideration, democracy promoters have to take into consideration more these oscillating democracy developments that are neither stable, not clear linear. I mean, there's partially linearity, but not completely. Again, look at Georgia, for example. And then, of course, and very importantly, what Richard pointed to, there are international constellations that have differed substantially, and especially not only since 1990, but in the last years. And the highest challenge, I would say, also for the EU and democracy promoters is the high dynamics, which is in all these developments. I think this is a basic difference also to the times of the Cold War, where we had frozen blocks and we had stable autocracies which were more or less predictable, and this has changed highly. We have no predictability, the whole scenery is unpredictable and highly dynamic. Also in the international constellations, we have far more self-assertive actors on the authoritarian side, how Richard underlined. This self-assertiveness is a big problem for, and a big challenge for democracy promoters, which have been, as another colleague of us, Thomas Carothas, has pointed out, as stepping back from from democracy promotion. So a certain defensiveness on the side of the democracy promoters, going along with a more assertiveness, self-assertiveness on the side of the authoritarian regimes. And we have to be clear that also within the group of autocracies, also for the EU, not every autocracy has the same global weight. So let's be honest and frank, we are talking about Russia and China. We are not talking about the whole portfolio of autocracies when we thematize dealing with autocracies. We are mainly talking about the big actors and counterparts, which have to be named. This is Russia and China. The next problem then is that, and again looking back a little bit, that democracy promoters like EU or USA developed their strategies, methods, and instruments mainly in, as I said, in the 1980s or 90s. And the whole set of democracy promotion bears a kind of path dependency. And this means that the strategies, methods, and instruments have been more or less taken over into the new century and into the new international constellations. And this is the reason why learning is so important, and it's absolutely correct that you say, and Shapedem says, we need to look at learning processes. Learning has not taken place in the way it could have been, because what would have been important would have been adjustment to the new situation, adjustment to the new situations in the field of autocracies, all the diverse picture I described, but adjustments also would have meant to the international constellation that Richard described. So the learning processes, I think, are in the core of the whole issue of EU democracy promotion. Because what EU did, and I agree, Richard, that there have been a lot of changes, but as you said, this is not a big strategic change. These are more changes on, sub levels maybe, and of course you're right, there are new challenges like getting out people from, from countries in order to get them safe and so on. But what is needed and what we talk about, I think, is reconceptualization of democracy promotion in EU, reconceptualization, and therefore learning processes are so important. So sticking to EU as an important actor, and to get in here an optimistic perspective, at least EU obviously increased awareness of the deficits of its promotion and of its neighborhood policy, be it in the eastern neighborhood or in the southern neighborhood. And why do I say this? Because the mere fact that there is ShapeDem, and there's also Redemos, where I'm cooperating in. It's a sister consortium, but there's a third consortium, Embrace. So the sheer fact that EU right now, since last year, is funding 3 big consortia dealing with democracy promotion in the neighborhood regions is an optimistic sign, because this means that EU is thinking about its strategies and is trying to reconceptualize and is seeking academic advice. So is this the 1-minute call? Yeah, okay. I would like to now say some words about Michel's paper, which, I mean, I have a little bit of problem because I read your paper, so it's kind of different to what you presented. But talking about the learning processes and the communities of practices, which I find, again, a very important approach. It's innovative. You're introducing a new perspective, I would say, to EU democracy promotion, which is needed, because one of the big deficits of EU democracy promotion is the ignorance or neglectance of the micro level, of the citizen level. With the concept of communities of practice, I think you are introducing a very important perspective. I would be interested how EU is taking this up. So, I mean, this is to be seen. This would be something that I would be really curious how they would take it up, how they would reflect it and maybe implement it. One point I would like to hear a little bit more, I would suggest to you that you might delineate a little bit more how your concept of communities of practice differ from epistemic communities, because we have this, this notion of epistemic communities in democracy promotion, but also in democracy diffusion. It's very critical. So if you introduce this new concept of communities of practice, you might better delineate or explain what is now the difference, what is the added value, and how you are, different or differ from epistemic communities. This would be one suggestion for your paper, and then coming to Christine's presentation, I think this is the second big deficit of EU democracy promotion: the neglectance of third actors. So here we are in looking at, again, Russia and China especially. And you very nicely explained the development of China from a development actor to an economic actor, then an alternative political actor. I would actually say the same for, not the same, but I would also say that Russia is also an actor that has been not sufficiently taking into consideration by the EU. So I would expand this to Russia. But then in your chain of different conception and perception of actorness of China, which I like very much, maybe we could add then, and this is also a suggestion to you, we could add then, after the alternative political actor that has been identified by the EU, the norm provider. So, I mean, this is very contested and, of course, can be discussed, but maybe the next step would be China or Russia, if you want, as norm providers. And here we are in the discussion of competition of norm entrepreneurs, because I think it's also and this is my last word, Jonas. I'm noting that you're getting nervous. This is my last sentence. So then we are, and of course I cannot solve this as a discussant, but I can propose it to further discussion. The question of how EU is also challenged as a norm entrepreneur by these actors. So here we are, Jonas. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really, thanks so much for these comments. We have lots of things on the table. I have lots of questions, but I will not ask them, but give the opportunity, to the audience. Wow. Okay, so I don't know. Where's the mic? Okay, perhaps we start in the back and then kind of work ourselves kind of to the front, and we just, as yesterday, right? We try to collect as much as possible.
I guess I'll just start. Thank you very much for those profound presentation. I am Karamba. I'm from the Gambia with civil society, from the Center for Research and Policy Development, and I'm somewhat affiliated to PRIF. During the course of the presentation, I've had one of the presenters, I guess it was the first one, mention Afrobarometer and, of course, China's interventions in Africa, as well as the EU. And I found it really intriguing because I was opportune to be part of field researchers that actually took to the streets to ask questions. And I've done this in round 7, 8, 9 in the Gambia. And it was really amazing that what was actually presented vis-a-vis how people view the presence of these countries, and also their impacts, to have really resonated with what we actually had from the respondents. But that's not the most interesting part for me. I guess today my question would be in a situation where we have autocracies as well as democracies intervening in a country like the Gambia. We've observed that in most cases people are not being featured in these interventions. It is more or less state-to-state interventions. And as a result, people do not necessarily see themselves as represented in these discourses. And my question is, in this instance, how do we get to establish the symmetry between autocracies and democracies, as well as the impacts that they have in these countries? So in a wise, I'm saying that I do not necessarily see how people benefit in these relations as far as the people are concerned. And as a result also, it kind of brings this question of where should we side? Because when you look at autocracies, in most cases, the interventions within the African continent, or Gambia to be particular, it leans to the economic dimension. And when it comes to democracies or establishments like the EU, which comprise of different countries, the interventions in most cases relates to democratic practices, ways of trying to advance constitutional reformism and the like. But based on this, there is already a symmetry drawn, because people are not only concerned about the economic benefits that are coming from autocracies, for instance, nor are they merely concerned about trying to save civil society actors or those that are speaking truth to power and trying to salvage them. So in a wise, people are not getting both components, and that brings kind of draws the line between two things that are equally important to people. So yeah, so just to end it, my question is, how do we get to decipher this? How do we get to choose autocracies over democracies, or democracies over autocracy in a case where both of these things are equally needed?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. So we have lots of people, so please try to be as brief as possible. Behind, like we take from row to row, right? So the last to final row now. That's Jonas Driedger.
Thank you. Hi, Jonas Driedger from, I'm a postdoc at PRIF. I wanted to ask, and this goes probably mostly to Richard Youngs, how do you explain the broad pattern of disparity between the rhetoric of democracy promotion and the actual practice? There is a concept in political economy where it says, if you have quiet politics where it's not politicized among the general discourse, the elites take over. That would be in the EU like hard national interests, and if there's politicization, then I don't know, ethically desirable politics come out. And my favorite example is the disparity between how Azerbaijan and Russia are respectively viewed in terms of democracy and human rights. I think it's pretty clear. So if you have an explanation for that, that would be great, and I would be interested in the views of the other panel members as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now here.
Thank you. Sinem Adar, Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik. Thank you first of all for the presentations. Hearing all of them, I think there are kind of like three levels to the problem. First, it has to do with the perceptions about democracy within countries outside of the West. And there, I think the evidence is kind of mixed. On the one hand, you look at, for instance, Arab Barometer, the recent Arab Barometer on democracy, which basically says that the belief of people in democracy declined, but they still think that democracy is the best system that provide. And at the same time, you also have a country like Turkey, for instance, after the elections, 85% of turnout, 52% of votes gained by Erdogan, and people say, well, it is a democracy, right? Even though the elections were not free and fair, but at the same time, significant majority of the people went to the ballot box and voted thinking that actually they could get what they want at the ballot box. So in a way, it also kind of has to do with what do we mean by democracy when we talk about democracy. Then we have the question about democratization within a country, and I think we heard that and it is about changing the behavior of a state. And we kind of heard, I think, in the presentations that the existing EU policies are not designed in a way to do that. And then comes the third level, which has to do with the perceptions about democracy promotion, again, outside, within the countries outside of the West. And there, I think it's a little bit, the thing is, Summit of Democracies was mentioned, and I remember very vividly when the idea was being discussed in workshops, there was a lot of discussion about setting the framework in the context of democracies versus autocracies is not going to do the work in terms of mobilizing the global South in support of, basically, kind of in support of the geopolitical agenda, let's put it that way. And then there was that question that, well, the low-hanging fruit is actually the right to territorial integrity. It might be better to kind of just, because what is at stake is actually the international law, right? Like the violation of international law. And I think that's also kind of, if we move the discussion of democracy from the nation-state level to the international level, then you also add the dimension of, and now, again, we kind of see what is happening in Gaza when it comes to the international law. So all of this, I guess my question is, and again, against the backdrop of also the very intense systemic rivalry between the West on the one hand and Russia, China on the other. So does the EU actually, and the US for that matter, have the credibility and the leverage to, in a way, kind of position itself as a reliable actor when it comes to democracy promotion, when you look at all these three levels? Thank you.
Thank you. Same row, Benjamin.
Thanks a lot. You were primarily speaking about external barriers to democracy promotion, Russia, China, and about issues of implementation, cycles of non-learning, and so on. And I would just like to challenge that and ask you to what extent the EU isn't in itself a key barrier for democracy promotion. So, I mean, you were also mentioning values-based foreign policy and the EU as a norm entrepreneur, and I cannot but not take that serious, actually. Like, if we look at the actual practice of EU foreign policy in the region, you rightfully mentioned the EU's reaction to the 2006 elections in Palestine, The EU supported Mubarak, continues to support Sisi. EU supported Ben Ali, is now supporting Kais Saied, is supporting all authoritarian regimes in the region. Democracy promotion programs vis-à-vis this diplomatic support for authoritarian leaders, in my opinion, don't play a role then. If such programs are not backed up with diplomatic pressure, then what is that apart from like us basically trying to maintain some kind of desired self-understandings of us as knowing what democracy is, but the actual impact on the ground, I mean, that is not there. You rightfully mentioned that like activists, they don't want EU democracy support, and that is telling. If pro-democracy activists in Arab countries don't want to take democracy support by the EU, then that, in my opinion, shows us that the EU is not a democracy promoter, full stop. And if the EU is actually, and I mean, let's look at what is going on at the moment. The EU is supporting the supposedly only democracy in the region in bombing an outdoor prison and in using genocidal language. And the EU lets migrants drown in the Mediterranean. Where is that? I don't know. I struggle to see the EU as a democracy promoter. I don't think we should just talk about external problems or barriers for democracy promotion. I think we need to start with ourselves and challenge our understanding of democracy. If that, what we're witnessing at the moment is democracy, then I think we're facing some serious issues. But thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, pass the mic.
Thank you. Justin Rosenberg, University of Sussex. Thanks for 3 fantastic presentations. I have a question for Michelle, but I would really welcome response or feedback from all the panelists. So, Michelle, as I understand it, the question that you're posing is, why is it that considerations of power repeatedly trump considerations of values in US foreign policy and democracy promotion? And as I understand it, the model that you very helpfully laid out for us is this idea drawn from Bourdieu of habitus and learned collective practices. And this explains because people get socialized into that then explains why the same mistakes keep getting made over and over again. But while I was listening to you setting that out, I was thinking, but actually, the EU is not alone in this. The United States is repeatedly accused of exactly the same kind of hypocrisy. And it's not just the United States. The Soviet Union had a similar record in relation to its support for other socialist states and so on. In fact, I can't think of a single case where a society or a state has attempted to promote its own regime type more broadly and has not encountered this contradiction between its power interests and the values that it claimed to be extending. And what that leads me to wonder is that maybe the causes of this are not only internal, but also something to do with the political structure of the international system itself, and the fact that generically there are possibilities of counterproductive outcomes from even the most sort of well-intentioned of supports for for democratization in third countries. In other words, there's something very different about intersocietal political activism as compared with intra-societal. And my question really is, is there a place for that in your explanatory model, for explaining why EU behaviour is as it is? And if so, how does it fit in? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Heike Holwig from the Department of Social Sciences here at Goethe University, working on Chinese, let's say, party-state ideology. I have a comment and a question. First of all, thanks for a very inspiring panel. The comment is coming back to narratives that Ms. Hackenesch mentioned on the Chinese side also. Just wanted to allude everybody to the fact that China is officially and with a lot of debate within party theory circles and so on, now more and more installing itself as a democracy promoter, in fact. So it's not the Black Knight scheme, it's not the autocracy promoter, what it propagates at home and increasingly abroad, but really a defender of democracy and liberty. And just to tell you what the platforms for these are, you might have heard about 3 global initiatives launched by China over the past 3 years. The Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and now, recently, a Global Civilization Initiative. And it propagates a set of 6 values, the common values for mankind. Yeah? And they include democracy and liberty. In the past, democracy was always meant to denote more the international democracy, that every country is at eyesight with other countries. So democracy in the sense of sovereign nations competing with each other. But now democracy, the term is now whole process. People's democracy is also defined as an internal concept, and it is more and more marketized and propagated as a model for countries abroad. So I think this is a new kind of behavior. It's no longer submitting to democracy promotion or human rights discourses that are universal values, but China is rather propagating its own, I would call it, counter-universal set of values, which includes democracy, and they take it seriously. So how much purchase and currency this has, I don't know, but I can imagine that countries in Africa and other regions might welcome that kind of counter-democracy promotion. Well, the question that I have is very simple. As you are all describing, or many of you are describing, the hypocrisy, the do no harm ethos and so on, is there serious debate since Thomas Carothers, I think, very skeptical analysis of democracy promotion already more than 10 years ago? Is there serious debate about just phasing out, ending, saving the money spent on democracy promotion in the EU? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who's left?
Yeah, I'm next. Marina Rudiak, Heidelberg University. Heike Holbig already raised some of the comments I wanted to say, so I'm just going to piggyback a little bit on her and add one observation, which, so in another context and in a project which relates to Taiwan, we also looked at, the democracy versus autocracy promotion question, and it just doesn't catch. What does catch is security and stability and development. And this is something where kind of I would maybe challenge a little bit the presenters. You argued that China moved from a development to an economic and then a political actor, but I would say this shift was probably only in our observation, and only in our observation in the past 10 to 20 years. Because if you look at how China was perceived in the West in the 1970s, it was seen as all of them. And in fact, China has always been all 3 at the same time. Just think at the voting in the United Nations 71 when China was voted in and Taiwan was voted out. And the reason why I'm raising that is that I want just kind of, to caution, to be more attentive to how China thinks and communicates when we think about China as an actor, and not only to think how to frame it in our own terms. Like, for example, we think China, no strings attached, but how does China communicate it? It communicates shared development, it communicates win-win, it communicates friendship and shared history. And I'm afraid that if we are not paying enough attention to Chinese narratives, we are gonna miss too much and probably come up with wrong conclusions and recommendations. And just to piggyback on Heike Holbig's point, we don't really see China as a promoter of alternative norms. We rather, and this is much more dangerous, China is promoting the concept of shared values versus universal values, and is arguing for a plurality of for a normalization of a plurality of values the West has considered as universal. And this means, first, we end up with the least common denominator, and second, we end up with the question, but who decides what the common values are? Who decides who represents the people in a place like China when the Chinese government argues we are the best democracy because we are a process-oriented one and we make people happy? And this level of narratives is something I think we need to engage much better in, and we are very not well prepared because we just don't have enough people who speak Chinese and who can follow up on that.
Thank you so much. So, oh, you as well? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 3 final brief questions.
My name is Susan Stewart. I'm from the Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, or SWP, in Berlin. Thanks a lot for this really fascinating panel. I have 2 questions. The first goes to Michel. Regarding the learning loop, and it ties in a bit with what was already said here about this problem being a much bigger, broader problem of habitus that encompasses other cases in other countries, but also in other policy fields, I would think, inside the EU. So my question is, do you have examples of positive examples of these types of learning loops that you are drawing on to show how this could have worked in the past or has worked in the past in other fields, for example? As the second question is to Richard. I'm just basically, I think what you presented is in part of it was a sort of a model by which democracy promotion is pursued, in the sense that, on the one hand, the EU cooperates with authoritarian regimes, and you said that by cooperating, they often violate the do no harm principle. On the other hand, then the idea is that it's sort of counterbalanced by this democracy promotion with regard to support for civil society and so on. So, and that obviously that's becoming more difficult because of the clampdowns in various countries and unwillingness to accept European support and so on. So I'm wondering, is there anything one can do on the other side? I mean, what you said, referring to, say, human rights training and security forces, or also what Michel said about the clauses, the human rights clauses in certain agreements that aren't followed up on, seems to point to the fact that it's very difficult to do anything on the other side of the equation, which is this actual sort of support for or interaction on the trade level or whatever level it might be with authoritarian regimes. Is there more that one could do in those other forms of interaction, somehow building in something that would directly or perhaps indirectly be some kind of support for or promotion of democracy? Thanks.
Thank you. Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. Question to Christina about what you mentioned about the party-to-party interactions and whether that is leading also to a transfer of organizational models from the CPC to parties in Africa. So when you look at attractive features of China's model, I think there would also be some that could be attractive to parties, right? So for example, having a party organization that is extremely fine-grained down to the street level, having this massive, elaborate ideological canon that is actively being disseminated, and also having a very, very tight and powerful system of party discipline, for example. Is that something that actually transfers to other contexts? And if so, my question is actually, apart from maybe autocracy promotion, does that perhaps also make parties electorally more competitive within democratic countries? Thank you.
Thanks. No? Okay, so thank you so much. We started a bit late, so we do have a couple of minutes more than in the official agenda, but we shouldn't eat too much of our coffee break either. So I suggest we have a final round of responses, a couple of minutes, but not too long. Each, you want to start?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a lot of very interesting points, and I think we could go on for quite some time. I would maybe just take 3 points, 3 brief points, and if I may, I would also maybe ask 2 questions to the other panelists, or add 2 more questions. So 3 brief points. Quick reaction to your last question. To what extent is there a transfer of political models happening through party-to-party cooperation? It's very difficult to say what is really the effect? I mean, what do African parties take from the training programs, from support for party schools? I mean, what is really the broader effect of that is very difficult to measure and to analyze, of course. But what I find from field research and from interviews with the African parties who have been engaged in this type of cooperation is that it's very attractive to see how the CCP has been able to promote a very coherent discourse across all different party officials. I think this is something which is seen as very impressive by African political parties, that the cohesiveness of the discourse that is transported, because very often it's much more difficult for African dominant ruling parties to say, okay, what is actually the party strategy, what is the party line, and to transfer that coherent and consistently. And of course, it's very attractive to better understand how the CCP has managed to institutionalize. And then Maria and Heike Holbig, I mean, there's a lot that can be discussed about the points that you made. I fully agree that it's very important to also ask what good values China's cooperation can bring. I mean, is it what value there is in not thinking about universal compared to shared values? But I think it's also important to, look at the more problematic sides when we see a redefinition of what is really human rights, and this being very actively promoted, for instance, in UN human rights organizations. So I think, yes, we need this openness, we need to engage, but we also should not shy away from pointing towards the more critical aspects, maybe is what I would say in a nutshell. And one last point as a reaction towards the colleague from, I think, SWP on different perceptions and has the EU actually credibility and the leverage to engage in democracy support. I think one challenge we have is that we know a bit about how democracy is perceived. We know a bit about whether there is support for democracy from survey data. We know from survey data that there is a dissatisfaction in the supply of democracy and how democracy works and delivers. But where we have very little evidence is whether there's actually legitimacy for the EU and other international actors among citizens to engage in democracy support. So there we don't hardly know anything, and this is actually an aspect that I'm personally going to work on, and hopefully also have some more data on this in the future. And if I may, two more questions for
briefly.
Okay. Michelle, one question to you. I found this really very interesting. Learn more about your project and your research. I was wondering if what you find for EU democracy support is really specific for democracy support, or if you would not have a similar picture if you look at other policy goals that have a more mainstreaming dimension. So if you looked, for instance, into climate change or gender as a field, so to say, would you have a similar picture in terms of how difficult it is to learn, so to say, communities of practice, how they come in? Is it specific for democracy support, or is there something more general in it? And maybe one brief question for Richard. I fully subscribe to your analysis on how EU democracy support has been changing in response to the different contexts. There's certainly very valuable aspects in this, but I'm wondering whether the change is enough the change in the instruments and the way how the EU is doing democracy support is really enough, given the challenges we have, and whether we would not need to discuss more about how domestic politics come in as one aspect, especially in promoting, trying to promote democracy through other policy fields. And what about political conditionality? Is political conditionality dead as a part of EU democracy support? Or how would we need a different debate on political conditionality? So is it really enough, the changes that we see? Would be my question.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you, and I think to do justice to all the excellent comments and questions, I think we should take this up during the coffee and the lunch break. But just very quickly, the project that we're working on also has two cross-cutting themes, which I think answer quite a number of questions in the room. So one is gender equality, where we are also trying to see what actual individual member states do when they say they're promoting democracy. So in the case of Denmark, where I live, gender has been, with no doubt, something that recurs each time there's a relaunch of the Danish area partnership program or the Danish European neighborhood policy. So you might also say that there's a different understanding of democracy support within member states, and then you compare to what the EU is trying to do, where there's more, emphasis on, let's say, elections being free, fair, and transparent, although, as we know, they don't stick to that. The other cross-cutting theme we have, which I think is really important when it comes to external actors like Russia and China in particular, is what we're calling digital transformation. So this is where, we ask ourselves, how are we handling, for instance, in the case that was prominent in one of the questions, in the case that is ongoing these last days, when you have a supposed democracy that is clearly having a clear information plan of how information is trickled one by one and how this information is then passed on to the key important international actors to pass on a certain narrative about a whole population being terrorists, right? That will then legitimize the action of basically, as Netanyahu said, flattening Gaza completely. And this is where I think I come to Justin's important point and some other questions. I personally think that unless the EU is ready to take the international legal frame that the EU itself is part of and its member states are part of seriously, I don't really think that the EU should even say that it has a democracy support program anywhere. So that is just a quick answer to that point. And I think regarding a good practice within the EU, I think we can get close to what EU actors try to do along a good pathway when we do interviews, right? Because people remove the whole diplomatic coat and then they're themselves. And I'm just going to give you one example of the frustration of those who work with some passion about what they're doing. I was interviewing a Norwegian diplomat in Ramallah again and again. And one day I went into his office and, these diplomats have piles of papers. And I just sat down and started to ask him, what do you think? Not what the EU says it's doing, but what do you think? And his frustration was to just take his arm and just wipe all his documents from the desk. And this gentleman was crying. So, we have to also remember that there are within these institutions real people who want to give us an example of a good practice, but simply because of the habitus, right, they are really having their hands tied. And this is why often we have people who don't renew their 3-year stay because they see that it's impossible. And that's why we don't have learning, right? So you have, I interviewed the director of Euromed Human Rights Network. Mark says, how many reports are we going to send to the EU? Do they bother to read them? So he was actually shocked when he saw that the EU is funding 3 projects on the same team, which has been the recurring team for decades, not just, recently. So Mark would have a completely different take to why the EU is actually wasting this money. So we also, I think, have to look at ourselves as an academic community, as a civil society community, as a think tank community, and really ask whether we're part and parcel of the same regurgitation, of the same, without any hope for an alternative to malpractices. So sorry to finish on a negative note.
Thanks. Richard?
There was the ultra skeptical line expressed that this is all nonsense, let's just forget about it, phase out the funding. Our exam question here was more specific about how democracy support organizations adapt to trends in autocratization rather than whether this is a good idea or not. But it is on the agenda. It is on the agenda. Many organizations now have talked about cutting back funding. Maybe this is all counterproductive. And it's better to do. So it could happen, and there are hundreds of articles every year written about it. democracy support being dead, this was for a different era, let's move on and forget about it all. The trouble is, every time European governments cut their budgets, or Open Society or other foundations cut their budgets, then you get this mass mobilization of democracy and human rights organizations saying, but we want the money. We want money. It's not true to say that organizations don't want the money. Maybe in some countries it's more sensitive. But overall, the EU, the Commission always says that its democracy and human rights budget line is the most oversubscribed of all its budget lines. So people are very, very critical of EU policy, but they do want them. It's not that they don't want the funding, but it's the way it's delivered, the way it's framed. So I think it is on the agenda, and it could happen. And maybe the whole agenda needs to be reframed. I think almost every week there's events in Brussels about the reinvention of democracy support. It's almost become a bit of a joke that everyone wants to so it's not like people don't realize this needs to happen, but it's difficult to do. And I think that's where a lot of it is going to do. But the downside is talking about phasing this out and stopping it completely, then you leave a lot of human rights organizations stranded. This happened in COVID when a lot of the human rights funding was cut immediately because it went to COVID emergency health-related funding. And the human rights community around the world mobilized massively in criticism of the EU funders because they said, well, human rights is no less important. We want the money. We want the money. So it's difficult there on that issue. But I do think it needs to be reframed. I think the EU is going a little bit in this direction, perhaps of reining back a bit from talking about democracy and systemic cooperation on democracy. On the Ukraine issue, it shifted in talking to other countries, less about democracy and a bit more about territorial integrity. It doesn't solve it. We saw this in the recent EU Latin America summit, where this was the line that the EU tried and still didn't really get support from Latin American countries. But I think the rhetoric, this is a good question on the rhetoric and reality. The rhetoric is beginning to change. A lot of the rhetoric and why it's so far ahead of the reality, a lot of it is to do with virtue signaling. A lot of it is to do with this idea that EU has that somehow democracy is constitutive of its own integration project. I think we're beginning to move a little bit beyond that. Some of the leaders simply have this very high-flown rhetoric because they have no idea how limited impact democracy supporters can actually have on the ground. But in a way, some of the rhetoric is changing. It's becoming a little bit more low-key. And in fact, in some ways, democracy support programs are functioning on the ground in a slightly quieter way, as you were suggesting, and the EU isn't publicizing everything it's doing, precisely because it realizes it is so difficult to get funding through. But I think, Susan, you put your finger on it. I think the future of this agenda will probably not be so much as a standalone democracy promotion agenda. It will be about all the other things that European governments are doing, trying to build in some democracy element as well. And there's a lot to do. I mean, you say what more can be done? We're starting from a very low level. In fact, we have a couple of projects where we're trying to build in trade actors or security actors to kind of broaden the community of practice, because these people don't really think about democracy at all, or they're just instinctively hostile and they share this view that it's all nonsense. These kind of people who sit in a corner talking about democracy and human rights while we're doing with real trade and security issues. That's not going to solve anything. It's not going to solve all the tensions that exist between these different agendas, but it seems to me that that's really the way that this whole agenda is going to go in the future.
Thank you so much. So thanks a lot for an exciting set of presentations, for a set of thought-provoking comments and questions. I will just end on one, I hope slightly optimistic, kind of comment on the whole hypocrisy kind of gap between rhetoric and practice issue. So the pessimistic kind of answer would be, so if you want to close this gap, there's probably, realistically speaking, only one direction, right? To adjust rhetoric to what in actual practice democracy promoters are doing. And then the question is, would this be better? And I think the good thing about this hypocrisy and this gap is that it enables at least some of the criticism that we've seen, the critical analysis, the critical intervention that we've seen on this panel. At least kind of it urges kind of the EU to fund projects like this, because they know that they're committed to this somehow officially, and they know of the gap, right? And it also enables what, Michelle, your point enables internal criticism. Kind of people you have these individuals who can take this rhetoric seriously and kind of push from within for change, which is always only gradual and only very partial, etc., and very problematic. And you have all these kind of contradictions that we heard of. But at least like hypocrisy in this sense kind of facilitates at least some critical debates as we have had such a debate today. So we now have still, I think that's fine, we have 20 minutes for coffee. We will reconvene at 11:15 for the final panel, before then the final discussion at a roundtable. Thanks again to the panel. Thanks again to all of you.
Okay, please have a seat. We would like to start with the panel. Guys, please have a seat. We would like to start with the panel. Besser, wenn wir stehen, oder? Von hinten sieht man uns, glaube ich, nicht so gut, ne? Okay. Okay, it's not too late to say good morning, everyone, I hope. So it's the last panel before the lunch break. We know this. And yeah, my name is Stefan Koll. I'm the head of communications here at PRIF and also a researcher in research department 2. And therefore, first of all, I would like to thank research department 4, Jonas and Irine, for inviting us to contribute to the annual conference with a panel. So this is great. For all the guests here from outside PRIF, usually one of the research departments is responsible for organizing the program, the event. And in this case, we have been invited to provide with a panel. I have to start with bad news. Nicole can't be here. You saw her yesterday already. She wasn't that well. Now she really falls sick. She is at home and can't present here. Therefore, we changed the order of the panel a little bit. So I'm not Jonas Driedger, I'm Stefan Kroll. I will be chairing now because Jonas is a multi-talent. So he just said, okay, no problem, I will present a paper. So, and therefore I will be the chair, and thanks Jonas really for doing this, it's really great. And therefore we go back to the original order of this panel that we had a year ago or 6 months ago. There I was a chair, not the discussor, now I'm both. So we do our best to have a really good and interesting panel for you. Yeah, I would like to start with some words to introduce the panel. So, I mean, the topic of the conference is how to deal with autocracies, and in our case, the question is how to deal with the extreme case of an aggressive state, first of all. The papers that we will hear later will analyze the international reactions to the Russian aggression, as well as foreign strategies, foreign policy strategies by Ukraine to counter the attack, but also how the process of democratization in Ukraine continues. So those are the 3 papers that we will hear. The larger context of this panel is indeed a fragmented world. So as we have in the subtitle of this conference, which is, and not only, I think, we do not really see a global international community here right now, and when we look beyond some core questions of international law. So this is the fragmentation here from the perspective of someone who's working on international institutions. So, of course, we have seen impressive voting results in the United Nations General Assembly, condemning the aggression and the war of aggression. However, as we all know here in this room, there were also abstentions. China, India, which put the ambiguity of the vote into perspective. Earlier this week, 38 states voted to readmit Russia in the Human Rights Council, which not happened, of course, because it was not the majority, but still, 38 states voted in favor. If we just compare, and I don't have a slide, but I have it here in my presentation, a REDEM map of the state of liberal democracies in 2022, and compare it with the voting results of just the GA resolution 11.1, the first one condemning the war of aggression, you see that there is, or that the regime types at least correlate here, and that we need to reflect on this and see whether there are some causalities or not. But we have the correlation pretty clear. Another good example are sanctions. So the speed and determination with which Europe has adopted sanctions since February 22 is impressive, and was not necessarily to be expected. Nevertheless, as we all know in this room, Russia manages to circumvent the effects, to cushion it, because global isolation has not been successful. And I refer to Anjo Peetz, one of our colleagues in Research Department 2, and his work on sanction. He has followed up on the effects of the sanctions over the last 1.5 years, and he really recommends not to focus on the destabilization of the regime, but more to focus on constraining the ability to wage war here, to at least have a strategy and effect of these sanctions. But maybe we can come back to this in the discussion. But these are just a few hints which show that with regard to managing conflict, peace, security, there is a need for democracies to deal with governments of different regime types. And this does maybe imply more pragmatism on the side of democratic governments and more cooperation with authoritarian regimes to counter the threat of Russia. So we have two perspectives here. So how to deal with the aggressive state, Russia, but also how to support Ukraine in its resistance, and as part of that, a strategy to find a strategy to deal with autocracies here. And in this regard, I mean, in late summer, early fall, we have seen or witnessed remarkable changes on the level of international global institutions. We are now talking of BRICS +6 and G21. And of course, it is necessary to criticize the summit declaration of the G20, now G21, this year for weaker language on Russia. But it is also an example, maybe, of how to deal with fragmentation based on core principles of international law, because the declaration refers to the resolution of the General Assembly, which condemns the aggression against Ukraine, but also shows that there is a cooperation in managing other international crises in the field of health, food, energy, etc. And also the inclusion of the African Union, of course, is a very important and necessary step. I mean, we all criticized G20 of being not representative enough, and we move in a good direction here. So this is an interesting example, and maybe also something we can discuss later. But still, there is a bad feeling that I have that the summits in 2024, the coming summits of BRICS and G21, could be occasions for a normalization of relations with and the role of Russia in a time when the war has not ended, where there is no, and I refer to Robert McGuinty, positive or negative peace yet. So we should be aware of it. This next year will be very critical in this regard to avoid this. When I prepared my comments yesterday morning, I had a similar thought actually as Robert McGuinty with regard to peace. So maybe a fragmented world of different regime types is not a world where a positive or transformative peace that we usually think of is successfully to be implemented. Therefore, a negative peace or emergency humanitarianism or the end of violence would already be a lot. However, and this is also something, as we know as peace researchers, this will not be the ground for a sustainable and reliable peace, for a long-term peace. And it needs management and effort that violence will not start again. And more concrete, again, to the papers that we hear later, this does open the question, what are the mid- and long-term security guarantees for Ukraine, context NATO, or with regard to its future role in the European Union? And this is, I think, something that we hear about in this papers. I've set the scene now. We have three wonderful panelists this morning, which I would like to introduce to you now. And as you will see, these panelists are closer to have worked closer to the policy than other speakers here in the conference. And this is not by accident, as PRIF, as a member of the Leibniz-Institut Association, always try to combine both basic research and dialogue with the policy field, and therefore it was important to us also to include this perspective here. Therefore, we do not have written papers in advance, so my comments in the end will be ad hoc. Therefore, they will not be as elaborated as the other ones that you heard. It will be shorter because I will avoid that you hear me speaking and thinking at the same time. So it's just an opportunity for you to get your questions ready. We have about 12 to 15 minutes for each paper. We will start with Dr. Jonas Striedker, who has even chosen the same title as Nicole. This is really impressive. So who will talk...
What a weird coincidence.
on German and transatlantic approaches toward Russia amidst its war against Ukraine. And Jonas is a senior researcher at the International Security Department here at PRIF, and also at the Regional Research Center Transformations of Political Violence, and right now also acting professor of international security at Goethe University. He specializes in the causes of military conflict as well as foreign and security policy with a focus on Germany, Russia, and transatlantic relations. So here we have it, the title. He has conducted extensive fieldwork and interviews in Ukraine and Russia. Previously, he was a DAAD fellow at the Henry A. Kissinger Center for Global Affairs, School of Advanced International Studies in Washington, D.C., visiting researcher at the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, and resident fellow at the AICGS DAAD in Washington, D.C., and officer for the Security Policy House in Rissen in Hamburg. So, Jonas, thanks again that you volunteered to present the paper here. Second will be Evgenia Gaba, who traveled here from Odessa, which was not easy. But as I learned yesterday, he will stay in Germany, right? He will spend the winter term in beautiful Garmisch, right?
Yeah, 3 years if it
3
goes.
years?
Yeah. If it goes as planned.
So there will be follow-up invitations to PRIF, I guess. And you are, because I do not have it here, you are a professor there, a guest professor? Okay. Evgenia will be a guest professor in Garmisch. So prior to this, she was a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council in Turkey. And there is a Ukraine foreign policy expert and a non-resident senior fellow at the Center in Modern Turkish Studies at the Norman Patterson School of International Affairs at Carleton University. She also worked as a foreign policy advisor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine from February to December 2021, as a deputy director of the Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 2018 to 2021, and as the second secretary political affairs in the Embassy of Ukraine in Ankara, Turkey from 2014 to 2018, and as assistant professor at the International Relations Department of Odessa National Mechnikov University from 2009 to 2014. Evgenia has an MA in International Relations from Odessa National University and a PhD in Political Science from Kiev National University, and professional training at the Estonian School of Diplomacy, the Klingendal Institute and Center on Public Diplomacy, and the Annenberg School, University of Southern California. She's also a 2012-2013 Black Sea Young Reformers Fellow and a 2022 Marshall Memorial Fellow. Evgenia, very welcome here in Frankfurt.
Thank you.
And then it's Sofia Olinik, who traveled here from Warsaw, right?
No.
From where?
Kiev.
Kiev, but over Warsaw. So
over Warsaw.
Oh, it's okay. From Kiev, right? So Sam, here, this was not easy. It's really great that you accepted our invitation and that you are here now. And Sofia is currently a coordinator for the MADAN, so the Maidan Program of Expertise France, which is a French equivalent to GIZ here in Germany, and specifically works on a project on Ukraine, EU integration and reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine. But I should emphasize that you speak here on your own and not on behalf of the institution to which you are affiliated. Sofia is also a co-founder and co-editor of Share the Truth, Updates from Ukraine, a Ukrainian online service dedicated to sharing facts about the war war in Ukraine across the globe. And we can maybe share the web address later. And Sofia previously worked on EU-Ukraine relations and development positions, including the Heinrich Böll Foundation, GIZ, and the EU Directorate General for International Cooperation and Development. Sofia, also to you, warm welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, without further ado, I would invite Jonas to come to the, how do you say it in English, podium? Lecturate, podium? Okay, because I think it's better for the people in the back to see and listen to you. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Am I audible to everybody? Fantastic. So thank you that I can be here and speak to you. Of course, Nicole Deitelhoff is irreplaceable, but I will still try to give some input that will be pertinent to our overall conversation. I already amended the title a little bit. And I will talk about dealing with Russian aggression and autocracy, seeing that we have two wonderful experts on the Ukrainian perspectives. Ukraine itself and its approaches will rarely show up in this presentation, maybe paradoxically. As Stefan already said, this was a short-term thing to come together, so the presentation is a bit slapped together and will rely heavily on my own research that I have been doing on this, because that for me is the low-hanging fruit. On the plus side, it allows me to shamelessly plug what I have done before and maybe present it to you. So, to keep things very simple, I want to focus on three core questions. The one thing is, what is the status quo that we are currently facing in the situation, or that the West, to use a problematic concept, is currently facing, because that, of course, bears to what might be happening in the future. So I will then go into some future scenarios that are often debated in the public discourse. And I will then, since this is the Peace Research Institute in Frankfurt, talk about possible pathways to peace from a Western perspective. So let's dive right into it. My overall assessment, if I were to make a gross generalization, which we sometimes need, of the current situation, if we look at Western-Russian relations, is that the two parties are locked into a mutual perception of zero-sum competition, which exerts a lot of path dependencies for future politics. And this, of course, is not good news, considering the current state of the rivalry and the fighting on the ground. And I will give you some reasons of why that is my overall estimations by going through some key players here. So when it comes to Russia, one of the things that I have been doing in researching this complicated country is to look at how risk acceptance and security policy developed, and I have looked at previous military operations, finding that there is a long-range increase from the mid-2000s up until the beginning of the 2022 full invasion of Ukraine in risk-taking, namely that by various indicators you can observe that the Russian leadership has been more and more willing to accept risks and accept costs in the pursuit of its apparent core goals. Now, if I were to project that into the war, the unfortunate message is, even though there is some risk avoidance still present in the Russian decisions, there is a clear trend towards more risk acceptance. And there are various data points for that. For example, Russia in September of 2022, I believe, officially announced the official annexation of 4 further oblasts in Ukraine in order to give some credibility to its nuclear threats and also to justify and legitimize what it did at the same time, namely a partial mobilization of the Russian population into the armed forces, therefore accepting more costs and risks for its own regime stability through various reasons. Another thing that concerns me on the Russian side is that we have evidence that the Russian regime is very keenly observing the development of Western politics. So there's a lot of attention in Germany, for example, on Die Linke and AfD. And the apparent hope there is that there might be a policy change. I think these hopes are completely unwarranted, and I will explain to you why later. But the fact that the Russian regime is observing this and might hope for it signifies that it intends to play the long game, at least in its own perception. Then to go through to the United States, you can't usually accuse our transatlantic allies of not picking an international rivalry when they see it. However, there are some concerns, specifically regarding the Republican Party and Trump. Concerns that spell out, this was maybe a bit phrased in a biased way, concerns that play out an expectation that maybe under a Trump presidency, the US policy towards Ukraine, Europe, and Russia would drastically change. I think this is not very likely. In part, you can tell this by the poll results. The Republicans themselves are split over the Ukrainian and Russian issue. And in a way, we have a wonderful test lab, speaking as a social scientist, of the period 2014 to 2021 and Trump's first and maybe hopefully last presidential reign. It was namely under Trump that US military support for Ukraine intensified. So the first delivery of Javelin missile launchers, which are excellent in repelling tank attacks, were conducted under the Trump presidency. Not necessarily because he wanted it, but because the politics played out like that. Also, Trump himself has been shown to be pretty fickle on all of this and certainly has a tendency, wherever possible, to signify just how tough and military-oriented he is. So that I would just put in towards the United States. Speaking about the European Union, I recently published with my former doctoral supervisor Ulrich Krotz in Journal of Common Market Studies a piece where we looked at previous interactions between the European Union and Russia, determining what the conflict dynamics were in previous crises. So I believe we had we had the Syrian civil war, we had the annexation of Crimea and the hybrid war in Donbass, hybrid in quotation marks, the hybrid war in Donbass as cases. And what we found was that the outcomes were largely determined by the Russian elite having very focused preferences in these respective conflicts, pursuing some narrow goals, and the European Union usually having rather diffuse general goals that were also related to its own narrowly defined interests, and that heavily played into the outcomes of these crises. So now, after Zeitenwende, to use a not unproblematic German word, we have an immense condensation and focus of EU interests, and you can see that at various policy fields. So there's an immense support for Ukraine. Ukraine now has official EU membership perspective, and a lot is being done for this. The European Peace Facility finances ammunition support towards Ukraine. The EU is the biggest provider for military training for Ukraine. And knowing all that we know about how the EU functions as an institution, we can expect that this new normal exerts a lot of path dependency and inertia for the future to come. It's much harder to install a new policy than to defend it. So that makes me think that the path dependency in the EU is set on a very forward way. And basically a very similar argument you can make towards Germany. Many have written that Germany, right before the invasion, refused to really take into the reality that there might be an actual full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and was insisting on old foreign policy habits for good and for bad reasons. And then there was a major shift. And I believe, and I've tried to show this in my own research as well, that similar dynamics are at play before and after Zeitenwende, namely that German politicians, for very understandable reasons, very much look at the zeitgeist in the population and the prevailing feelings, and on pressure that comes from the allies. And there I don't see any radical changes in the near future as well. This brings us to future scenarios. So the first thing is the future is hard to forecast. This gives me the opportunity to plug yet another piece that I recently published with my esteemed colleague Mikhail Polyansky, who is here in the audience. Maybe you raise your hand just for a bit. And we looked at the run-up to the full invasion of Russia of Ukraine in early 2022. We looked at experts' forecasts, would Russia invade or not, and we looked at how successful were they, how good were their forecasts. And fortunately, for all social scientists in the room, we found that those that were keenly aware of how causal mechanisms in conflicts work, what scope conditions mean, and what multi-causality entails, these forecasts were, of course, doing much better. So in a way, we can take some confidence from this by looking at past regularities that we have established in IR to glimpse into the future. And unfortunately, the messages there are bad in a way. So I'm not a sanctions expert. However, one of the key findings is if a modern nation state is really invested in a war and you enact economic sanctions on it, the economic sanctions themselves will rarely, if ever, cause that actor to abstain from the initial war goals. So even though they have an effect, they are unlikely to change the conflict anytime soon, no matter how severe they are, and they are. Then we have the question of, could there be a vast domestic change in Russia, a coup or a revolution? And there again, if I look at what we have available, I think this is unlikely in the short and midterm. Of course, many people were speaking about the Wagner episode that we had earlier this year. I would say it's unlikely, thank you, that this signifies that the Russian regime is wavering, and I've written a blog article to the effect. Also, Prigozhin was an exceptionally exposed, reckless, and weird figure in overall Russian politics, so this is unlikely to replicate, at least in this way. The same goes for revolution. The findings of my colleague Adrián del Río Rodríguez suggest that the opposition in Russia is way too disorganized. I mean, it's more appropriate to say that it's deliberately has been fragmented in order for elites in the Russian regime to defect to them, which is a really important precondition for revolutions of that type. And then lastly, you could also argue, well, the West is providing lots of weapons to Ukraine. Could this cause a Ukrainian victory anytime soon and end the war in a way that very obviously lots of people are hoping for in the West? And there I would also put a big question mark on it. One aspect of that is that in warfighting, the defender traditionally has huge advantages when it comes to the efficacy of fighting. All else being equal, it's easier to hold territory than to conquer it. That is one aspect of it. Russia is also an autocracy and therefore has pathways of mobilizing resources and spinning media narratives that are less available to more democratic states, so that plays in its favor. And of course is, compared to Ukraine, superior in certain key resources, no matter how strong the Western support for Ukraine. So just shortly, to speak about peace a little bit. So as you can say, I put big question marks on the four outcomes: economic victory, military victory, coup, or revolution. That leads me to the conclusion that the most likely outcome of it is a mutually hurtful stalemate that won't be any news to the peace research and conflict researchers in this room. That entails a situation where both sides do not believe they can gain majorly by further military escalation, and at the same time find the status quo highly undesirable for domestic reasons, which then opens up all sorts of pathways in which, for their very own selfish reasons, violence might be de-escalated and new formats might be found. And I think this opens to the West certain possibilities. If I'm doing media interviews, then people are asking, so what shall we do now? That's of course not the right way to approach it. Whenever the mutually hurtful stalemate is achieved, then you will have to pay close attention to what the Ukrainian leadership and the Ukrainian people are saying. and then try to go from there. And I think 3 core points that Western policy needs to keep in mind. This is a territorial conflict that is ideologically charged, one of the hardest conflicts to resolve that we know about, and what I call analytically nationalism, so broad societal sentiments that claim a certain territory are very strong. That is something to keep in mind. And this is connected to, of course, the fate of the Putin regime, which has committed to the war goals, and of course also to the democratic fate of the Zelensky government. So all of this needs to be taken into account. There is also the instance that Putin has been very credibly accused of various war crimes, and there are warrants out for his arrest, which is another instance that often makes negotiated bargainings more difficult for all sorts of reasons. I'm almost done, thank you. Lastly, and this is also no news, there need to be credible security assurances for Ukraine. This is a war goal that Ukrainian society heavily supports, and that Zelensky has again and again emphasized, although I think there is some wiggle room to not necessarily do this over a NATO Article 5 formal presentation. And I would also say that on the other side, that the Russian paranoia of NATO goes deeper than just Putin and his regime and the propaganda that it has espoused. Already in the 90s, under comparatively liberal and pro-Western politicians, there was a high skepticism toward NATO. And as Michael McFaul, former ambassador, US ambassador to Moscow, has once told me, the problem with the whole NATO paranoia in Russia is that we gave them plenty of reasons for it. So that would be another thing to consider. And with that, I don't end on a happy or high note, but I hope you learned something out of this, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. If you want to destroy any of the arguments that I put forward here, here's a short literature list. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. And Evgenia, that's the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan, first of all, for the invitation and for the possibility to be here, and also for having Ukrainian voices on the panel. That's really important for us, so we appreciate that. It's not that difficult for us to come from Chisinau or Warsaw or all different places in Ukraine when we know that we come to be heard. So that's really important, and thank you for that. And I want to say sorry for my voice. I have positive news that I'm negative in a sense that this is not COVID, but you will have to deal a bit with this night FM DJ voice for some time. Thank you, Jonas, for setting the stage for the discussion, because it really makes my presentation much easier, and I will have just a couple of points, and I will be happy to elaborate on them later in the Q&A session. So first of all, you mentioned that this is a territorial conflict in a way, and probably the first thing that I would like to question and maybe discuss later is that this is only partially so. Yes, it is about territories, but it's not only about territories, and it goes far, far beyond the territorial claims in Ukraine. So this is why every time when we talk about possible negotiations with Russia or possible dialogue with Russia, and we still hear a lot of different arguments on how we can freeze the conflict and how probably Ukraine can compromise on something, and there might be some trade-offs on Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea, or some other territories, that will not help, because what Russia wants in Ukraine is not territories. I mean, it's not only territories. And going back to yesterday's discussion about whether this is a great power competition or whether this is a regime competition, I would say this is both, and this war goes far beyond that, because this is in a way a system-transforming war. What I mean by that is that on the one hand, obviously Russian aggression against Ukraine and Russian war on Ukraine, because it's not limited with the Ukrainian borders, it's on Ukraine but also attacking the democracies of the West, that's been one of the best cases when we have democratic states versus autocracy, versus authoritarian regime. And that's been very clear, and from the day one of this war of aggression, the point made by Ukraine, people of Ukraine, Zelensky, and then President Zelensky, and then basically all of our partners, is that Ukraine is not fighting for itself, it's fighting for democratic values, and I agree that we have to be coherent in democratic values, as mentioned yesterday, and that Ukraine is fighting for the free world. On the other hand, I would not really limit this to only this dilemma of democracy versus autocracy, because this is a fight for a rules-based world order. And this is exactly what makes the pool of Ukrainian supporters much wider than only democracies and only liberal democracies of the West. That's why, for example, the peace formula, 10 points peace formula on President Zelensky is about engaging with countries across the globe, the so-called global South, and I hate this term as much as I hate the term collective West, because there is no anything collective and anything global. Each and every country is a specific case, but that's why we're talking to countries in the Latin America, in Africa, in the Middle East, because when it is about food security, when it is about energy security, when it is about non-kinetic warfare, hybrid informational war, it's not only about democracies and autocracies, it's about a rules-based world order. So this is why I say that this is a rules-setting war. This is how we create a precedent for the future, and this is how the whole world looks at what is happening in Ukraine and how is the world reacting to Russian aggression in Ukraine, because this is exactly how we define the framework of the future, not only regional order, but global order in a way, whether will be kind of a rules-based garden or whether this will be just a jungle. My point number 2 is that Russia is not only an autocracy and authoritarian power, but it's a revisionist state. And this is also important to understand because we still have status quo powers who may be autocracies or have some elements of autocracies, but they are status quo powers. Russia is not. So what Russia is seeking to do is not only to have some territorial gains in Ukraine, but basically to redraw the global political map, to split it into new spheres of influence in very real geopolitical way of thinking, to get back to the table of negotiations for all major issues, first creating a problem and then trying to portray itself as a part of a solution to that problem. So here I think it would be interesting to remember the quote from George Kennan, who mentioned that Russia basically sees its neighbors either as vassals or as enemies. So when there is no submission by any of Russian neighbors, like in Ukrainian case, then probably you automatically turn into an enemy, whether you want it or not. For this reason, for Ukraine, this is in a way a colonial war. And this may sound a bit weird for a country in the center of Europe, basically the biggest country in Europe in terms of territory. Of course, we count all territories, even the occupied ones, as Ukrainian territories. But this is not something new. This war obviously did not start on the 24th of February, but it also, this desire to control Ukraine did not start even in 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea either, and parts of the eastern regions. Because if you look back at the history of coexistence between Ukraine and Russia, that's been a history of, unfortunately, persecution and execution of Ukrainians or any other nation who was vocal about not being a Russian, ethnic Russian, and tried to have their own languages, their own cultures, their own identity. It's the case for Chechnya, for Dagestan, for tens of nations which are now part of the Russian so-called federation, but if you look, for example, at the decentralized structure of Ukraine, it much more looks like a federation than Russian so-called federation, when all decisions are being taken in Moscow, financial-wise, allocation of resources, decisions which are taken, etc., etc. So this has been, again, deportation of Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars under the Stalin regime and rule, Holodomor, which is acknowledged as a genocide, so-called executed Renaissance in 1920, 1930, when Ukrainian-speaking poets, writers, artists were persecuted, executed. This is a long, long story of Russia wanting to have Ukraine as part of its history and part of its identity to reinforce the argument of Great Russia, Great Russian Empire. And why I'm telling you this, and these are kind of basic things, not something from today, is because this shaped Russian strategic thinking. And this is exactly what brings me to my next point about Russian opposition and whether we should expect some reaction from Russian opposition or not, that even if we have liberal opposition in terms of domestic politics in Russia, this does not necessarily mean that they have liberal, anti-imperial narrative and agenda in their foreign policy, especially when it comes to the so-called near abroad or soft underbelly or post-Soviet countries. I would rather say pre-NATO and pre-EU rather than post-Soviet, but still, because this is what shapes the thinking of Russian opposition. Of course, there is an argument that Ukrainians are biased and emotional. Well, it's not easy to be not emotional when you live under constant shelling every single night and day. But anyways, getting back to my main point, there are different liberal or so-called liberal political parties and forces and figures which are not necessarily very liberal on Ukraine. I can remind, of course, the argument of Navalny, who mentioned that Crimea is not a sandwich, so that it would be given back and forth, back and forth. I'm just coming from Warsaw Security Forum, where we had an extremely interesting, exciting panel with Russian opposition, from Garry Kasparov to Milov, former minister, and I can tell you how different their voices are. So when it comes to Ukrainian question, for many Russian liberal opposition, having Ukraine, if not physically occupied by Russia, because it's difficult to maintain and because liberal opposition wants to be part of the civilized West, then having Ukraine as part of Russian sphere of influence and being able to control, having leverages over decision-making processes in Ukraine is what most of Russian opposition would go for. I don't say everyone, there are few, but they are really few, and they are fragmented and they are disorganized, and I totally agree with Jonas here that this is again the problem, because for us in Ukraine it would be much easier to have very well organized opposition in Russia, not only to organize the fight against Putin regime, because I don't think this is Putin's war, I do think this is Russia's war, and the problem is much wider and broader than just Putin's regime, but at least they could come up with a strategy of post-Putin Russia. Because one of the problems that I face now as Ukrainian foreign policy analyst is that, okay, being more vocal or less vocal about that, but what I hear is anything after Putin might be worse than Putin. We might have Kadyrov in the Kremlin, we might have Prigozhin or kind of Prigozhin with another coup attempt, we might end up having 25 different super radical nationalistic states after the disintegration of Russia. We might have some maniac in the Kremlin with the nuclear button, and of course there is all this nuclear saber rattling and Russian propaganda, which very often displaces strategic research and analysis in many cases. So if Russian opposition had a plan of how they could probably at least work on kind of smooth transition from Putin's Russia to post-Putin's Russia, that would help. But unfortunately, what we heard during this forum is that probably the West and Ukraine have to sit down and write a plan for Russia. and provide more resources to Russia and write new constitutions for Russia. So I don't really think this is how opposition in any country works. But I'm not here to criticize Russian opposition. That's just the status quo, how I see it. So I very much agree that there is no real chances for revolution now. Now, coming to civil society, that's another interesting question, because if you look at the civil society in Russia, not necessarily on Ukraine and generally, what you would probably see is that it's also disorganized and fragmented, just as the opposition is, and that there is no tradition of strong civil society, self-organization, horizontal networking. And what helped Ukraine, if not yet win this war, but at least not let it turn into a 3-day special operation, is Ukrainian civil society's resistance, resilience, and cooperation, horizontal between different sectors of society, from volunteers to let's say military, to civilians, to doctors, to everyone, because we had this experience from COVID times. Automatically all these networks were reoriented to providing support to the front lines, etc., and also vertical cooperation between the power, the government, and the civil society. In Russian society, unfortunately, this horizontal networking, self-organization is not yet there. So this is not, I mean, we don't see any kind of these processes which would be really meaningful at this moment. And then, if you look at the polls, we still have very high support to this war. So pro-war sentiments are dominating, and if you look at the recent figures, something like, this is very speculative, I will get back to this in a moment, something like 70-75% of Russians are still supporting this war of aggression in Ukraine. Now, first you question, of course, whether any polls can be trusted in authoritarian countries, regimes, in autocracies, because people would be very much afraid to speak up, which is okay, this is an argument. Of course, there is propaganda and being brainwashed, right? But, well, this 70% which I cited is by Levada Center, which is supposed to be kind of independent pollster, legitimate and credible. But then the other polls which do not necessarily put the question as, do you support this war in Ukraine or not, but what feelings and what sentiments do you have in regard to this war? Someone would say fatigue, someone would be not happy about mobilization and sanctions, etc. So there would be all this, someone would feel pride and really be supportive of this war, because this argument of make Russia great again, it's still very much resonating with the hearts and minds of Russian people. But anything which goes beyond that, shame, for example, or you know, kind of just I don't know, saying that I want to change the thing. So any drive or motivation for changing things, there is nothing like this in the polls, in the questions to the polls. Plus, my personal experience tells me that it's really something that most of Russian population support. It's not, of course, an I don't know, kind of academic research or something, but I live in Ukraine, and most families in Ukraine have relatives in Russia, and I come from Odessa, so I'm a Russian speaker myself. We cannot talk to our relatives because they are supportive of this war. Just yesterday we had this discussion during dinner, and what all those people who have relatives in Russia said is that they are really wholeheartedly supportive of this war, and it's not a lack of information on what is going on. So, and last point, what to do, because I have 3 minutes, and in 3 minutes I have to tell how to end the war in Ukraine and what to do with Russia and how to deal with autocracies. That's why I will speak slowly. First, I think it's important to remember what I mentioned first, that this war is a system-transforming war. So helping Ukraine win this war with a decisive defeat of Russia is an important investment in the future of regional and global security, because this is a precedent for Russia, for other countries which might want to attack their countries, I don't know, China, North Korea, Iran, etc., you name it. This is why it's not about Ukraine. It's about how you shape the future of other conflicts and other colonial and imperial autocracies. Second, I really like this phrase yesterday, any contact with autocracy gets political. And this is especially the case of Russia. Culture, arts, sport, cinema, kindergartens, they are part of propaganda machine, 99%. This is why Ukrainians are so furious when some teams, artists, representatives of the country who are vocally pro-Putin, pro-war, come to the stages here somewhere in Europe, for example, and perform at the same time sharing photos with the support of this war in Ukraine, because this is not about dialogue of cultures. This is about weaponizing culture. This is about using these as platforms to spread and disseminate propaganda. And of course, this is also a chance for Putin to seize the narrative and say that Russia is not isolated, we're doing great, we're still welcomed in most of the countries. My point number 3 is that everything gets weaponized. Interdependencies of the liberal world order, unfortunately, do not provide more cooperation. They are weaponized by the illiberal powers and by my last phrase, and by autocracies, be it economic interdependencies, gas, energy, culture, etc., and Western liberal democracies, not only Western, have to be able to defend themselves, not only to talk about democratization of authoritarian regimes, but to be able to defend their own democracies from the authoritarian trends inside the European Union and inside European countries. Because what we see now in Hungary, in Poland, in Slovakia, this backlash, these populist powers, political parties, these nationalist political parties winning elections, this is part of what Russia wants. Because Russian war in Ukraine is not about territorial gains. Russian war in Ukraine is about undermining the credibility of democratic values. And my very last point, and I'm really ending here, is that the argument of sanctions, isolation, and whether a further dialogue is needed or not, and what is Ukrainian take on this. Ukraine does need peace, a sustainable, lasting, and just peace. And I think that the word justice is something that we very often lack and miss out from our discussions and conversations, because not doing more harm while dealing with autocracies sometimes turn into appeasement of an aggressor. And it has never, ever worked so far. Obama's reset with Russia never worked. Strategic stability between Germany and Russia never worked. Trying to engage with Russia, naming it a partner after the occupation of parts of Georgia in 2020, I would say, still seeing Russia as a partner, it has never worked, because any gestures like this, they are not seen as steps towards cooperation. They are seen as weaknesses by Russia and authoritarian regimes, and these are seen as signals that it can push for more and claim more ambitions and more territorial gains from neighboring countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Evgenia. Sophia.
It's quite not an easy task to continue the discussion after such outstanding speakers as Jonas and Evgenia, and covering the whole concept of Russian attack on Ukraine and overall situation around it.
as perfectly mentioned, and the arguments that have been described here. I would like to start, first of all, I'm a practitioner. I'm not a researcher. I'm dealing mostly within my last years with democracy support programs or good governance programs. So for me, it's way easier always to talk about the examples or the projects that I'm working with, and also the people I meet, because I think this is the core of democracy and human security that we are discussing yesterday, today, and this is what I would like to bring upon and raise in my comments that I've somehow prepared for discussion today. So people. And people is, let's start with the numbers. That would be easier. So the latest UN numbers say that 6.2 million Ukrainians are actually living right now outside of Ukraine after fleeing the full-scale war, and they are both in the EU and all around the world. So this is 6.2 million. You might have met them in your cities. They might be together with your kids in the same school or the kindergarten. You might encounter them in a cafe or working in one of the offices. At the same time, there are 5.1 million people displaced within Ukraine only. And these are official numbers, but the reality, the real numbers actually might be different. These 5.1 million people are displaced from their homes, and you might meet them in the big cities where there are more opportunities and where lots of people are moving because it's easier to find a job, to settle down, there are more open communities. Or you might find them in small villages where they moved just because they have relatives and there is at least some certain connection, or it might be safer to be there. There is less danger, and that's the reason they would opt this. So adding both numbers, we have nearly 11 million people not living in their homes, not they living in their houses, for which they might have been saving for their whole life or living from generation to generation. And some of them will return back to Ukraine because they are missing their families. Some within the Ukraine will settle down in different cities. And some will never be able to return back to their cities or apartments because they are either destroyed or heavily damaged or hopefully temporary, but occupied by Russia. And this is what I would like to underline. And this is, again, this is the people, this is human lives, and this is the core of democracy. And what I want to stress here, that this war is not just the front line and shooting back and forth. This is the human lives that this war has impact on. Nevertheless, when having the war in the country and facing everyday challenges of going through this, Ukraine is facing, I would say, multiple challenges in once. So it's, in one way, it's winning the war, preserving identity, which Russia was, as Evgenia rightly mentioned, this is the system, this is not about the territory, it's about erasing the identity. Preserving the identity, returning its own people back to the country, handling internal politics, and at the same time convincing everyone outside of Ukraine that this is the country that still deserves support, and we should support this regardless of all the challenges that are present on the table. And out of this list of the questions and challenges that we see present at the table and overall on the news and in discussions, the key question is how to ensure democracy when there is a martial law in the state, and how to ensure democracy when there is a full-scale war. Is it a challenge? Is it possible, all in all? And this is what I would like to focus on today, actually, is how to ensure checks and balance. Do they operate and still exist in the country? At the same time, already speaking about the future, how to build back better, because this is a very common notion that you might hear when hearing about reconstruction and recovery of the country. And the question is how to build back better based on democratic principles. So let me start with checks and balance. If you ask me what is one of the most successful reforms Ukraine has achieved and implemented within the last years, I would, without a doubt, say it's a local self-government reform. It's a decentralization reform, giving powers to the local level. And local level, I would say here to the communities. So this is something contrary what Russia has, literally providing powers to not, how to put it right, not concentrating in the capital or in big cities, but literally empowering municipalities, villages, settlements, mainly people who are living there. And what is crucial here, and why do I have a courage to say this is the successful reform, is actually that within the first days of the full-scale war, you would see that the municipalities across the Ukraine, they reacted pretty quickly. They were kind of not waiting for the orders on the top, from the top, but literally taking the initiative into their own hands and trying to build the security, the defense, the mobilization of people themselves. And this is crucial, because they knew that they have a power and they have responsibility. If they fail, this is their mistake. If they succeed, this is their success. And we can see the examples where in the local municipalities, they indeed succeeded in resisting the war. I had a chance to talk to lots of different communities who were either transition ones through which displaced people were moving, transitioned ones for Russian troops who were moving through those communities, and they didn't stop, but have damaged lots of infrastructure, or they were occupied, temporarily occupied for some certain time. But what's the core when talking to those people, what I find is that for the local authorities and the people and the community, and here I would like to highlight it's not only those who are working in the administration, but also civil society, doctors, emergency first responders. All of those people mobilized because this is what the question was about protecting their own land, their own community and identity. It was the feeling of the ownership, and this is what the local democracy is about. And this is what I think is crucial to support through all kind of a work that we do, and through the research is strengthening on the value and power of this local democracy, because this is what actually has been shown within the first months of the full-scale war. Nevertheless, what we see also right now, since the regular Ukraine is still proceeding with European integration processes, and we are regularly getting recommendations from the international community, but also following the situation inside, the crucial question right now and the challenge is that regardless of the martial law, it's important still to continue the reform and to continue supporting local authorities and local communities on the local level, because it will be them who will be in charge to attract people back, to give the reasons why people will have to move back from Frankfurt to their town in Ukraine, because they need to have a good school there, municipal services, good public transportation, and of course shelter system, because as long as you have Russia by your border, you need to have a shelter, as we've learned this. And this is what I would like to pinpoint to. So supporting decentralization reform and focus on decentralization reform should continue, and this is about giving the powers to the local level. Another burning topic, I don't know how widely it was discussed, but it has already appeared on the international agenda, elections in Ukraine. Democracy without elections is not a democracy. And this is the crucial question, because we started recently receiving lots of aspects saying, well, Ukraine should have elections. Of course, according to electoral calendar, next year we would have to have parliamentary and presidential elections. President Zelensky already commented a couple of times to this, and one of probably the strongest statements was we should share the responsibility for organizing these elections. If any of you have been working during election observation missions or at the polling stations at the peaceful times, you know how complicated it is, the concept of elections, to make them safe, transparent, accountable, etc., following all the international guidelines. Right after this statement, and here comes the other actor, the NGOs immediately reacted. And this is what, just to give an example of, again, the strength and activeness of Ukrainian NGOs. Immediately, there were like 100 NGOs that signed a joint letter saying, yes, we are the civil society, we are support democracy, but this is not the time. And this is not that I'm against the elections. If there would be, if the martial law is lifted and there are safe conditions for the elections, I would be the first one at the polling station to vote. But at the times of the full-scale war, just imagine organizing, just technically, practically, try to imagine how to organize those elections. So we have some, let's go back to the mass, some 11 million people who are displaced either within Ukraine or outside Ukraine, and whether all of them will have a possibility to vote. We don't know how many people are actually at the front line, how to secure voting at the front line or at the territories that are under regular shelling. How to actually provide security and safety to the polling stations so that it doesn't become a target. You might have seen the photos from Chernihiv Drama Theater in August when the Russian missile exploded right about the drama theater and it is heavily damaged and there were casualties. And recently, the week or two ago, there was a targeted attack on a cafe in the Kharkiv region in the eastern Ukraine where nearly 100 people died. And we don't want to turn the polling stations into something like this. Therefore, it's not that I want to say that elections doesn't matter in this case. I just would like to stress here it's important that there are secure and there are mechanisms and roadmap how to secure and how to make it happen. Because I do believe in the instrument of elections as such, and I do think they should take place, but when when the environment and conditions allow of this. And of course, because it's one of the crucial instruments for democracy. The third point is, I will not elaborate too much about civil society because already Evgenia has mentioned, but still, one of the brightest examples, and this is probably from the last year, when we were working with civil society, once they got a question in Brussels, so how is it? Probably it's challenging for you to work. You don't have emotional resources to work too much. And they say, no, guys, we have 3-5 times more work to do right now. We are actually now, we feel we have to do even more and take our power. And this is what I would like to stress. The civil society in Ukraine is already quite a strong institutions. I had the pleasure of working with some NGOs that are dealing with urban development for 10 years, and they are promoting participatory approaches to urban development. Another great example is cyclists. And why I bring cyclists here? Because they mobilized the whole network of bikes to be delivered to the occupied territories because there were no roads, fuel, or anything. And that was the only instrument how you could provide humanitarian aid or any social services to people. And this is why I raise these two, is just to bring the example, again, to stress on the solidarity and power of the local level and local democracy, which was already mentioned yesterday, about these social movements that are crucial. And working with Ukrainian civil society is absolute pleasure. It's not always easy, but it's something, this is where the expertise is. And this is what international community is in a way stressing, that in the process of recovery reconstruction, it's very important to ensure this participatory approach, transparent approach to deciding which and how we want to do the reconstruction. And here the civil society is loudly saying, we have the expertise, we have the will, and we are ready to contribute. So get us on board. We are ready to be on board. And they are actually already doing this, joining working groups both on the national level, but also joining this small towns and villages, advising them, consulting, bringing the expertise to this decentralizing expertise. And last but not least, I would like to talk a bit about future, which is actually already taking place, and talk about recovery and reconstruction and how it is a part, how to make it in a way democratic, oriented at people, and not just on the roads, but literally to make it a space where people will return. And you were here more, this recovery and reconstruction is hitting the agenda, and you hear it more and more. But what I want to stress here is essential that we use both concepts, because reconstruction, we often mean like a physical reconstruction of the infrastructure, while recovery, it's recovery of the processes, recovery of the, I would say, political processes in a way, but also social ones, getting people back, also creating this enabling environment to live in the city or in a village. And following the latest data, it's 383 billion euros. This is the data from World Bank Rapid Damage Assessment. This is the number, this is the cost of reconstruction in Ukraine, reconstruction. So the actual number, if we think about potential lost investments, people who have left, the actual number might be even higher. In February next year, we will know the new data, because this is the annual review, and we'll see whether this the situation has changed. But the crucial is that winter is coming and autumn is coming. And we very well remembered the autumn last year, how on the October 10th, the regular shellings of energy infrastructure started. And here, you might have also heard, or I would be happy to bring to highlight again the term of building back better. This is also a very common term that we hear, but the crucial aspect here is building better, because building back maybe what was in the past wasn't necessarily the best solution. And this is actually this window of opportunity that we can make it better. We can improve the processes, we can improve municipal services provision, we can think of green solutions, and also we can make it participatory. Because why participatory and why it's crucial? Because the social image of the average city and town has significantly changed. Because now you will have you have a huge, like this almost what's the number? 5.1 people displaced, and they are living in absolutely different towns, villages, settlements. These are people from different regions. They might be of different religion, they might have different accent, there might be also in those communities you will find now more veterans, you will find more people with disabilities, and it would be not only veterans but civilians also. And the key question is to hear them, to listen them, and to count their voices when talking about this building back better, talking about recovery and reconstruction. And here I would conclude with another visit to communities that I did a couple of weeks ago. So you visit one of the communities, you see either the destroyed bridge or a shelled school, and then you sit down with people and talk to them, and they say, like, yeah, we will rebuild. We need to build also a shelter, because then the kids will return, and then their parents will return, and actually this will be like we will know for whom we work and what we do. And they, on the one hand, they keep on saying about all the infrastructure they have to rebuild. At the same time, they talk how to make it better. How to make it better so that people go back, and they are already thinking about this human-centered approach to recovery and reconstruction. At the same time, they say, like, yeah, we are now interested in some strategic approach, so we can develop some strategic documents how we can make our community in the long term attractive for investments, for different innovation projects, and overall how we can think strategically. And these are the communities who were either deoccupied or are regularly shelled. And this is the communities living in the country where there is a full-scale war, saying that we need a strategy, also in documents on which we can base our future projects to make these cities more livable and better. And to sum up, I think like what has happened in Ukraine within the last, it's almost 20 months, correct me if I'm wrong, of the full-scale war, but the years of Russian aggression against Ukraine, what's Ukraine showing is this democratic resilience. It's not easy. We see lots of challenges within the Ukraine, and we also see a lot of space for improvement, what we can do better in our country. But we also see lots of people who are ready to do this. And this is where we see also the space for cooperation and strengthening those ties, and also for you to remember that this war is about people who are living there. It has impact on people, and what we have in the heart of democracy are people. And I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for 3 really impressive presentations which speak to each other in various perspectives. And I would just like to highlight a few ones in the next 5 to 7 minutes, and then I invite everyone to ask questions. So, as some of you know, I do crisis research usually, and I will use a crisis lens in the next minutes, knowing that what we are talking about here is not the crisis, but the disaster, the catastrophe at the end of the crisis. But I will use the structure of the acute crisis situation, of learning from crisis maybe, and also the longer term perspective, what can us prevent maybe for another disaster of this kind. And I think that the 3 presentations include a lot to these 3 points that we should discuss here later. Let's start with the acute situation, and it begins just before the start of the full war, which is the mispredicting that Jonas has mentioned in his presentation. And the misprediction is not only by the politicians involved, but also on the side of the researchers. I mean, we had discussions here in early February 2022, and we're unsure how this will develop. Of course, we were worried. We had this decision with the annexations, so we knew, okay, there is some kind of instrumentalization of international law already ongoing, but we weren't sure what happened. So, and this kind of mispredicting of the acute situation is, I think, one of the first points that we should, as researchers, reflect on to get into a position to learn. So the second step from this disaster situation. You already evaluated in your presentation sanctions, for example, so how mixed the result is, in particular in terms of having an effect on the civil society in Russia. And this, I think, also resonated impressively with what you said, Sophia, what you are thinking about on the practice of democracy in Ukraine in this state of emergency. I mean, we have experts here in the room who published on shrinking spaces in situations of a pandemic. Yeah, and now we have here a full-scale war ongoing, and there is still a sensibility on how can we still have democratic practices here. And this, I think, is also interesting against the background of discussions or discourses that we had here in Germany with this paternalistic view on what Ukrainians might want or would not want to end this situation. And I think this is very important, I think, to just hear, as you said, this is the reason why I came here, that we hear what these discussions are going on in this acute situation. Of course, this is also part of this preventing disaster, the third point, but I find it quite impressive how important it is already in this acute situation. Then, how will this acute situation end? Jonas, you referred to knowledge that we had, stalemate situation that might come, or freezing of the conflict, and Evgenia, very importantly, you noted, no, this might be the negative piece that we can reach here, but this might not be the sustainable one. It, I quote you, will not help if we have this. And I think this is also an important point that we have to discuss here when we think about what could be the next steps, what could be paths that lead to end of violence, but what is the sustainable peace after this, and what are the conditions for this? Learning from crisis, I think, or learning from the disaster, I think is another very important point to understand. What you said, Evgenia, it's a revisionist state, it's a colonial war, and it's not a security threat, what would be the Russian propaganda. And to have this in mind when we analyze and we learn from the situation, and also this is part of the mispredicting that has us led in this situation, that it is more than a territorial conflict, but goes beyond. And I think these were very important hints from your side. Also more concrete with NATO was Jonas said, and I mean, so the Russian propaganda is that NATO enlargement have led to the situation, but the perspective of other governments who are part of NATO membership is the only thing that helped for others. Yeah, so we met in Georgia, Evgenia. I mean, and therefore, for them, it's very important. The only thing that helped in the past was NATO membership, and therefore, this should be part of learning from this acute situation. And also, we are in Germany. We here as PRIF researchers, we consult with German politicians. And is Zeitenwende really something where we can see that there are some lessons learned? So I think if we would collect comments here in the House, it would be quite a mixed resume that we would have here. I move on to the important part of from this learning process that not really has started yet, but we have some things that might be part of it later. But what is preventing the situation? And this is, I mean, the larger question of this conference. What can you take from this here? You, Jonas, you have mentioned it, democracy, democratic values, winning, as you said, so not just end of violence, but really come to terms to reconstruct in the way which is sustainable to use also the situation. But I think core points were really this democratic values, which also show that this is not just a Ukrainian battle, but a larger one. And I think this is something which we really have to discuss. What are the consequences of this? Yes, what does this mean? And that we need to spell out what we mean when we say winning or when we mean just peace here in the end. What are the possibilities? And then, of course, rules-based order that you've mentioned. And Germany now has its first national security strategy, weak on the side of strategies how to deal with autocracies. This is what you guys have published on, but also weak on the side in terms of rules-based order, because it is a special kind of rules-based order which is defined here, which is plain or core principles of international law. So nothing beyond. So this is, I mean, what I refer to in my introduction, what could be the basis of dealing with non-democratic regimes. But of course, it is a step back from what we have had in principles in German foreign policies before. And I think this is really, might sound a little bit academic, but it has consequences here. And as it is now in such an important key document as the National Security Strategy in Germany, I think we can see that it is not the same as you referred to in your presentation. And with this, I would leave it and now collect your questions. And we have 20 minutes, maybe a little bit more, because the lunch break is an hour, so if there's more, we can cut in. Okay. We start here in the third row. Here.
Thanks. Yeah, Susan Stewart, SWP in Berlin. Thanks a lot for the panel. I would have two questions. One would be going back to the title, dealing with Russia in Europe and at the global stage, and also maybe bringing in the perspectives from some of the other panels, because here we're focusing more on Russia in the context of the war against Ukraine. But previously there were some statements, for example, with the democracy promotion panel, Mariana Knoyer said that we should realize that we're talking about sort of democracy promotion in general, but it kind of boils down often to China and Russia. On the other hand, in one of the other panels, there was a discussion about reorientation away from Russia with regard to energy, also with regard to discussions on climate and so on. So my question would be kind of more broadly, if we think about dealing with Russia now as opposed to dealing with Russia prior to the full-scale invasion, what has changed? How have the questions changed that we have now regarding this dealing with Russia? And then I would have a more specific question to Sophia about reconstruction and recovery. And I'm just wondering, you talked about Build Back Better, which has been very much present in the discussion. On the other hand, there are also kind of immediate needs that crop up and also probably will crop up now as winter is coming more often, since more attacks on Russian attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure are anticipated. So what is the discussion like, or how is this dealt with? On the one hand, this kind of need to just maybe repair things quickly so that communities can continue to function, and on the other hand, the need to build back better. How are those contradictions kind of addressed and potentially resolved? Thanks.
Yes, please. We
yeah.
connect, right? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much for your inputs, and specifically thank you for Evgenia and Sofia for being here. I feel with you as somebody who has Ukrainian roots and who has relatives on both sides. So it's extremely valuable to have your perspectives here, and just to express my solidarity as somebody who was lucky to grow up here in safety, just by coincidence of fate. I have 3 questions, mostly to Evgenia and Jonas, but Sofia, also please feel free to jump in if you would like to add. And the first question relates to the long-term solution. And as you said, negative peace may not be a sustainable solution, but the question I keep asking myself, if we talk about a defeat of Russia, what do we talk about? How can a defeat of Russia that is just simply huge in geographic terms and have this nuclear arsenal and so on and so forth look like? And sometimes, I say cynically to my friends, comparing the Ukraine war with the Korean War, which ended with the death of Stalin, where, even like in the year before, a big part of the Soviet government was actually not in favor of the war. The Chinese wanted to get out. Is it, the most probable scenario here that we basically have to wait that Putin dies, and are we prepared for the scenarios that may come out? The second question relates to Evgenia's point on Russian language and Russian culture. And on the one hand, I totally feel you also being a Russian native speaker, but on the other hand, I'm a little bit afraid of whether we're actually not feeding Putin's narrative of the total suppression of Russian culture and Russians here in the West. And I get the question from actually very war critical and liberal minded relatives in Moscow who ask me, how are you treated over there? And I tell them, like, so there are no problems. Nobody, says, nobody attacks me because, I was born in Moscow, and that just shows you the level of brainwash. So this is also something we have to keep in mind. Also, feeling all the solidarity for Ukrainian people and Ukrainian Russian native speakers who are now learning Ukrainian and not speaking the Russian language. And my third point is, what lessons have we actually learned? And we heard on this panel, and we hear a lot in the German debate, that we were surprised by the war. Now, if you talk to the huge Soviet diaspora in Germany and the people who have a migrant background, as we say in German, from the region, well, they were not surprised, including myself. Like, for me, since 2014, or maybe actually even since 2008, since Bush Jr.'s speech on admitting Ukraine and Georgia into NATO, this was a very probable scenario. So how did it happen that we were surprised? And one of the possible reasons is homogeneous groups in our policy decision-making circles, and maybe even policy advisory circles, which lead to a certain kind of groupthink. And are we prepared for the changes? I just looked at the current crew of the German Federal Foreign Office. Out of the almost 80 people, 1 person did their second language exam in Russian, none in Chinese, almost everybody in French. Here in the federal state of Hessen, we have 3 professorships for China studies. I'm not aware of the amount of Russian ones, 26 for old philology and Romanistics. So sometimes you could think we are preparing for a war or a strategic rivalry with ancient Rome or maybe France. I mean, nothing against studying our roots and working towards this, upholding the German Franco-friendship. Not sure you can do it with Fischbrötchen like a few days ago. No, but my point is, are we making the necessary changes to prevent the groupthink that led us into not anticipating the war? Thank you.
There's another question in the back. So we take a few more. Is it okay for you in the panel?
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I also have a brief question, and I guess it relates to the issue of deterrence. And I just wanted to understand, and it is an open question to all the panelists. Beyond Ukraine's intention of possibly joining NATO or the European Union, which is which bears the potential to bring about deterrence of keeping autocracies like Russia from, invading democracies like Ukraine. What other contingencies or alternatives do they have in place in case some of these things or some of these anticipations don't fall through? Because we also need to give recognition to the geopolitical realities and the proximity that Ukraine shares with Russia. So going forward, how does this reflect on the future of these two countries?
Thank you. And I think it was here, Micha, in the front.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I actually have too many questions, so I have to choose a bit. But I guess the one that interests me the most would be addressed to Sophia. Thanks a lot. I understand that we talk about Russia here mostly, but I mean, hearing Ukrainian voices and hearing someone coming from Ukraine, that's super interesting. So my question would go to Sophia, as I said, and they would be concerned with what's going on in Ukraine. So coming from southern Russia, I can read a bit of Ukrainian, but still I'm not really, I cannot say that I really understand what's going on in sort of inner Ukrainian debates. Listening to people who speak mostly Russian, like Tatistovich, I know they have problematic standing within Ukrainian society, but in one of his recent interviews, he talked at length about the efforts of Zelensky to fight corruption, since essentially after the series of sacking of high-ranking officials in MOD in Ukraine, and so it'd be really interesting to hear your kind of ideas and your opinion about especially since you talk about democracy at length and how that has been resilient. To what extent has that been effective, and how do you think that in the future that's going to look like? So that's the first one. Second one, I think it's also highly interesting, your ideas about how to bring people back from abroad to Ukraine. So you talked about building infrastructure, so that's very interesting. Looking at the kind of research side of it, I mean, there are papers published on looking at how people who were affected by the former Yugoslav wars, for instance, like, so who's going back? The men who've been fighting and joining their families in Europe, right? Or wives and children coming back to their home country. So I would like you to elaborate, if possible, on the kind of further effects or further factors that are going to play in that debate. And the last one, also highly speculative. So if I got it wrong, I don't know if you can put it in percentage, but if I got it wrong, so you would be tendent to kind of think that they're probably not going to take place any presidential elections next year, if I got it right. What about the parliamentary ones, or is it for both, if I just got it right? Thanks.
Then Irene, please, and last call while you are asking your question. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for the wonderful panel. I'd like to pick on something you said, Evgenia, that do no harm is appeasement, or could be appeasement, right? I was thinking of it, right, because I brought these things up at the beginning. I'm just really questioning, do we have enough norms on the table to deal with the questions at hand here in every context, as different as they may be? So taken together with a third thing I propose, to understand that everything is political, like every interaction we have with autocracies is political. If we apply this to the Russian case and just understand that buying energy in huge masses from already war-prone autocracy, right, in combination with do no harm, could have brought us to stop our relations or like cooperation in the energy sector much earlier, wouldn't it? So is it actually a lack of norms that we need? Like, do we need other norms, or we just need to apply them more strongly? Really, I'd like to hear your opinion on that. Thanks.
Thanks. And Rebecca, please. And Jörn Grevingholt, and then I close the list.
Yeah, one question to Sophia, actually, also because Misha just mentioned it as regards to the elections and when and under which conditions actually elections can be held in Ukraine. That's also a topic I've started to think about since a while, and I think policy discussions just emerge on it. So I think it's something we should continue to discuss because, like, on the one hand, of course, election infrastructures are heavy. And at the moment, also from all, like, the assessments that are out, the infrastructure is not ready for an election. But then the question is, until which point can you actually postpone the elections? If you say we are not ready this year, we are not maybe ready next year neither if the war is not ending and infrastructure is built up. So I do think we do need maybe some different discussions of viewpoints on the way how elections could be held, maybe something lessons learned on the digitalization of electoral processes or other approaches that could, let's say, if discussions start, if planning starts, etc., could be something that in 1 or 2 years, a way or approach to how presidential and also parliamentarian elections could be held. But I think it's very important to start these discussions and to be more profound about under which conditions actually and when elections can be held, under the assumption that maybe this war is continuing and there will not be enough security to have traditional elections on the ground in the near future. But also in my perspective, I think it's not something we should argue for to postpone elections for, let's say, another 5 years and so on. Also, taking your point that the aspect of democracy and the participation of people is very important in Ukraine. So I think this should be maybe taken together, and I would be very keen into hearing more on that from your perspective. Yeah. Who was it?
And the final question, please, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Jan Gravingholt, PRIF of the World. One of the aspects I haven't heard much about, probably because it's so difficult and probably also because it's so hurtful, is that the type of ending of this war, or say of this all-out war that we've seen so far, might also have consequences for democracy in Ukraine. At least if we look at other conflicts, long-standing conflicts in other parts of the world, the more a conflict becomes a question of existence of a country, the more consequences it seems to have on the type of political discussions, the type of political regime. I mean, probably Israel is a point in case here, to see how the perception of being under constant threat also has an effect on how polity plays out. So from that perspective, perhaps it's also interesting to reflect or to hear your reflections on what the different possible types of ending of this constant threat and different possibilities of helping end the threat might have for democracy in Ukraine.
Great, thank you for all the questions. I will now give it back to the panel. We go the reverse order, I would suggest, and everyone gets 5 minutes, and then we end at 1:10, if everyone is fine with this. Sophia, please. Or take a minute.
No, I'm just...
Can I give her 2 or something?
From here?
No, I'm just looking at the questions I've highlighted that were more addressed more towards me. So the first question on reconstruction, recovery, and how to respond from Susan, right? So there are 2 parallel processes happening are actually taking place. So there is immediate reconstruction of what's urgent at the moment. So there are also state subventions that are allocated or regional from the local budgets. They always try to identify funds that could cover the urgent, immediate needs that relate either to repairing a roof or buying some vehicles, for the public transport or ambulances. At the same time, there is a lot of international support and humanitarian aid coming, which is extremely appreciated. That's coming from all around the world. Last but not least, there is a number of international organizations present in the place, and there is quite a good division on who's doing what in a way. Like if you talk to international organizations or civil society organizations present in Ukraine, they will say our portfolio is just reconstruction of the civilian houses. Some people would say for us it's just the cultural infrastructure. So it's a museum or kind of a museum or musical school, something of this kind. Some will say we are just dealing with energy infrastructure. So these are like I would say the funding goes either from the state, from different types of subventions and support, or from the local budgets, or from international or private initiatives. There are also lots of private initiatives that are dealing with immediate challenges and causes that are appearing. At the same time, when talking about a long-term perspective, the state is right now is preparing what's called a complex recovery program, if I'm not mistaken. And then at some stage, hopefully this year or next year, the local authorities will have to prepare their local recovery plans, where they would indicate what objects of infrastructure and what are the priorities for them are in terms of a development, recovery, and reconstruction. At the same time, I would say what I can say I'm very proud of is digital solutions that this country is running in times of war. We have lots of new digital infrastructure set up at the moment in order to have a unified registries of the damaged infrastructure, of the current needs, that in the long term it's better to do the better resource management in a way. And then so I would say there are these parallel tracks. Short term, there are different actors trying to help. At the same time, there are long-term strategies which are and at the moment developed how to make it in a long-term more sustainable and smart process. And then the next question, are we making this? So speaking of corruption, I mean, we hear it all in all from different international organizations, but also we hear it on the news. But at the same time, we see, as rightly mentioned, with Ministry of Defense, there is a complex approach to making a change. At the same time, it's setting up agencies, and at the same time, strengthening already existing agencies that are fighting corruption, should it be like the state authorities. So we have on the one hand, we have national institutions that have to be strengthened and with whom you have to work closely in order to make sure that in a long-term perspective the risk of corruption gets lower. And also these digital solutions that I've mentioned and are already underway development, they are the ones that are to ensure that it is more transparent and more visible what's happening. I mean, last but not least, also we shouldn't forget about the NGOs who are the watchdogs, and they try to either join the public councils or participate in different, monitor the different decisions. And also if we wouldn't have independent journalism, we wouldn't hear as many cases or reports in the media. And this is what I have to praise in a way our independent journalists who are like trying to monitor those cases. So I don't think there is a one solution how to end it, let's be frank. It's not neither case for Ukraine nor many other cases where the corruption is present, and it's also we hear about corruption cases in the EU. But my key response is this is the collective responsibility, and there are many actors here, both governmental, non-governmental. This is, I do in a way appreciate that there is always a reminder from the international partners about that we are watching what you're doing. And but also there is a oversight from civil society and people saying like we don't want to live in a corrupted state. We want to know where our taxes go and why this specific building or this specific piece of road is rebuilt, but not the other one. So because otherwise you will have a heated discussion quite easily. We like to go, as you know, we like revolutions and to go out on the streets. Even now, during martial law, you will occasionally see people in Kyiv, next to Kyiv City Council, or where there is illegal development or construction, people will come up and say like, hey guys, what you doing? Why are you demolishing this house? Why what's the decision? And this is pretty amazing what's happening. And how to bring people back? Well, first there should be safety and the risk of shelling. Preferably there shouldn't be any shelling at all. And so physical security is first and foremost. A part of that, there should be also employment opportunities. And this is what we hear a lot. There is a huge brain drain at the moment. And employment opportunities that people can come back and they have where to work. Also the infrastructure where, for example, especially the social infrastructure, where to go, like where the kids can go, schools, kindergartens, etc. This is essential. And also giving an example why it's pretty comfortable to be in Ukraine. And I mean, like, I'm living right now there, and I admire our postal services operating in wartime conditions, without a joke, or railways, where you have a nice coffee on the train. Jokes aside, now about the elections, the good question is, yeah, I mean, this is probably the question for the long-term preparation, how we can think of what could be the alternative and feasible solutions to hold them. Because right now, I mean, like, yes, the first thing I can say, it's challenging environment, how to organize and to hold them. But at some point, we will have to think of the strategy, how to organize this. And it's not an easy task, and I do agree that at some point we would need to have them, but we need to think, and this is what has been stressed by the president lately, that there should be a complex infrastructure and system how we can guarantee them taking place. Otherwise, it's just a huge risk that no one wants to take responsibility for. But I do agree that it's this is essential. But soon we need infrastructure and like clarity how it should take place. And I guess this is all that was addressed to me. And I will.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. When they will take place? Yeah. I don't take the responsibility to tell the date. I mean, this is too risky because I don't want to say a date for a specific reason. We don't know how every week is changing in the situation. And I mean, right now, this week, there were no air raid alarms in Kyiv, but you never know what's going to be the next week. And I'm just be frankly with you, like the situation might change from week to week to month. And there is so much unpredictability that I would not dare saying any date because I don't know how the situation will develop.
Thank you. Evgenia.
Yeah, thank you. So now Jonas is in between you and lunch, and I'm in between Jonas and lunch. So I'll be really quick. Suzanne's point on how to deal with Russia on global stage and what to do. Well, I think that reorientation away from Russia is one thing, but also deterrence is really important, and not being afraid of escalation from the Russian side is what's really important. Because look, I haven't spoken on the global scale of what Russia is doing, but it's creating polycrisis in different parts of the world. If we look how the autocracies now go together in one axis, this is China, Iran, Assad regime in Syria, North Korea, and then also non-state actors like, for example, Wagner Group, mercenaries in the West Africa, in Mali, and then all kind of terror organizations that get support globally from Russia. That gives you the general picture of how Russia both gets support from these regimes, like North Korea, North Korea, Iran. It cooperates with Belarus, Iran, etc., but also at the same time how it tries to create different crisis in different regions from the Western Balkans, where it also has countries to cooperate with, to Africa. So I don't really see any other option than to actually show to Russia and all these regimes that democracy, to be democratic, does not mean to be toothless, does not mean to be passive, does not mean to be on defense all the time, does not mean to be reactive. So what I lack is more of leadership. What I lack is more of this will to actually stand for our values, not only talk about them, but actually show that we can defend them. Now, the argument with, and also this goes to Marina's point, I think, about how to defeat Russia and a country which has a nuclear arsenal, etc. This is a very fair argument. But on the other hand, if we convey this message that just talking about a nuclear war can actually help you to win conventional war, then we will have more countries wanting to actually get nuclear weapons. And I always get these questions, whether Ukraine would like to get nuclear arsenal back because it's now unprotected after the Budapest Memorandum. So this will spell an end to a non-proliferation regime. And this will mean a major strategic failure by the West to actually say that, okay, these are your red lines, so-called red lines, which have been crossed many times and nothing happened afterwards. Sweden, Finland in NATO, Moscow cruiser sinking, I don't know, Ukraine's counteroffensive, all these red lines which Russia is trying to draw. It's just a matter of, again, saber-rattling and just trying to intimidate the West from taking decisive actions. So I would say on both things, first, be resistant to this line of blackmailing in a way by Russia, especially on nuclear saber-rattling, and also make it very clear to Russia, in this particular case and generally, that it is just a normal state. If it wants to be back to the negotiation table, it will get back occasionally after it withdraws its troops from all occupied territories, not only in Ukraine, but also in Georgia and other parts which it has occupied. There is no more situations when Russia has more let's say, more right to shape the regional order rather than Ukraine or Georgia or Moldova or Germany or any others, and just that this is not normal to occupy territories, kill people, torture to death, rape people, kidnap children. And this is also something I want to stress. When we talk about the so-called freezing of the conflict as it is now, that's another question on possible ending of the war. This is not about just territories which live under occupation, or this is not a, I don't know, Cyprus scenario, North-South Korea scenario, any other scenario. People are literally being killed every single day. People are being tortured to death. Women are raped. Unfortunately, the disaster and tragedy that we see now in Israel, this is one bucha that we had in Ukraine. We have this almost every single day. And when we deoccupy territories, apart from the heavily mined territories, and that's another problem before people can go back to Ukraine to demine these territories, what we see is mass graves with thousands of civilians being killed. So leaving the territory under occupation is no go for us. It's about people, it's not about territories. Now, long-term solution, what to do, and also I combine this with NATO, EU membership, what would that need, and long-term security arrangements. The only possibility I see for a lasting peace, and not only not losing the war, winning the war, but also not losing the peace afterwards, in terms of domestic developments, democratization of Ukraine, and security in the region, is Ukraine being part of the EU and part of NATO. And Ukraine is not a recipient, not only a recipient of support, and we greatly appreciate the support that we get, but it can be and will be an enormous donor in terms of security to NATO as well, in terms of basic things like space and people, but also combat experience, unit experience in cyber warfare, information warfare, real combat warfare. So this is how Ukraine can actually make NATO stronger, and it's much riskier now not to have Ukraine inside NATO and let Russia escalate whenever it wants, rather than actually have Ukraine as a NATO member after all standards are met. And my last point about the liberals in European capitals, and also Marina's question, Russian culture, Russian language. Well, I think it's important to keep a balance here and to be very clear on what we are doing and what not. We are not burning books in Ukraine or in Europe. We are not banning Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, and Russian ballet, let's say, as such, just as a musical phenomena. But when Anna Netrebko, for example, comes to Berlin, to the opera, state opera, to perform there the first time after the war, being very vocal about her support to Putin's war of aggression in Ukraine, that's just not normal, because this is advertising war. So if you ask me, first, there is no question of Russian culture or language in Ukraine, because as I mentioned, I'm a Russian speaker myself. I have no threat for my language ever, but if someone wants to perform, let's say, here in European capitals, the first thing any person, poet, I don't know, liberal, academic, anyone should do, come and say, I condemn Russian aggression in Ukraine, Crimea is Ukraine, all occupied territories are Ukraine, Tsin Valley is Georgia, Abkhazia is Georgia, and afterwards, probably, and I'm sorry for what my country has done, and afterwards, this will help, because it's not, again, a Putin's problem. If Putin dies, nothing will change, because there is a collective Putin in Russia that we have to tackle in terms of Putin's regime, bureaucracy, apparatchiks, but also in terms of mindset. So this is what we have to deal with. And one sentence on what I lack more norms. Application, I need application of norms. I would say leadership is important, less group thinking, and being open to reassessing our statements, not being afraid to break these glass bubbles of our prejudices, misconceptions, etc., because we're so comfortable with having what we've had so far. We've believed in that, it never worked, and now it's a traumatic experience to say, yes, we've mistaken in Ukraine, in Europe, elsewhere, we were wrong. So let's see where we can start from scratch. And this is, I think, will be a major step for a real Zeitenwende with concrete steps to end this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonas, please.
All right. Yeah, this is all great, very interesting, and I would like to talk about everything. Alas, I won't, and I will confine myself to three things. Susan Stewart has asked what we think has changed towards Russia in 2022. And if I were to pick one thing, especially regarding Germany and the transatlantic West, I would say it's a new narrative of Russian autocratic aggression, which is extremely widespread among European societies and especially among the functional foreign policy elite. This has, depending on your stances, very benign effects. All of a sudden, everybody insists on the truths that I was trying to insist on from 2014 onwards. And everybody seems to know now the phrase Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. But it has dark sides as well. There's a lot of stereotyping going on, both of Russian politics, of the continuities therein, of Ukrainian politics, and of course of other states. I was mentioning different treatment of Azerbaijan in relation to Russia when it comes to autocracy and to human rights. There's a lot going on. And I think within Europe, my anecdotal observation is that things like how the Polish government treats the democracy of its own country are sort of flying under the radar, in part because of this. So that's the big tale. It's part of why I think that this conflict structure will persist for a very long time, because this is a narrative that is very Manichaec. It gives the West a good position in this conflict and Russia a very evil one, which there's plenty of actual truthful material to work on. And that's part of why I think this will persist for a very long time and will lead politics. Second point, what might a defeat of Russia look like? And there I have to derive further bad predictions. I think we know enough about the Russian regime and how it tied its sources of legitimacy to a supposed war against genocidal violence in the Donbass and to the supposed retaking of the so-called Holy Crimea, that it will fight tooth and nail to keep certain assets that it sees vital for its regime security, and that is a point where we can get into long debates. In my analysis, there's plenty of escalatory potential left in this conflict, unfortunately. And no easy policy recommendations flow from this. These are tough debates that we need to have. But let's just assume for a second that this particular regime somehow dissolves without a major further escalation. Then I would still say that the news are not good, because whatever regime comes after that, or it would be a better state, but there would problems be left. Whatever regime comes after that, I don't see the Russian discourse of a predatory, aggressive, hypocritical West encroaching upon Russia, losing all of its force in whatever post-Putin world we would imagine. And furthermore, and that is why I didn't mean to imply that it's just a territorial conflict. I'm stressing that it's also a territorial conflict that relates to questions of national identity and nationalism, and that the conflict research has very comprehensively shown is terrible for conflict resolution. It's terrible for the survival and quality of democracy. And it's also bad for the emergence of what we know as positive or even everyday peace. Last thing, third, what have we learned? Quite frankly, if I were to pick a very short phrase, I would say as societies, very, very little. I think we stepped in the overall debates from one stereotype and from one convenient vision of history to the other. And feel way too cozy with it. I dislike the arguments of most of the critics of the current Western approach, and I have written scathing stuff about Mersheimer. But these voices are important, and I wish they would formulate their argument better. And I wish that we would have more of a debate on it. But the problem is it puts you into the proximity of apologetics. There is no easy answer to that. The Germans were surprised by the Russian invasion. I was in DC at the time at SAIS, had American policymakers and scholars all around me, and they said, "What's this surprise about?" And of course, they won't do a Zeitenwende, right? And I all of a sudden had to explain my people to the Americans. There's this tendency to monumentalizing the past. All of a sudden, everybody knows that Russia has always been territorially ambitious. Questionable thesis. So the question is, how can we improve the quality of our discourse in order to reach peace and justice for Ukraine? And I think there we need to do small steps, and now I'm zeroing it down to my and our role as researchers and experts. I think we need to take regional expertise seriously. It's almost a stereotype by now, but it's poorly followed. We also need to take the craft of forecasting seriously, which means we need robust causal mechanisms that are anchored in empirics and in the theoretical literature. We need to have Socratic humility and acknowledge what we do not know, but what we would like to know. And we need to continue to put this into the broader debate to hopefully reach better policy outcomes. Small steps, and everybody needs to partake, but that's the best good note on which I can finish, which I hereby do.
Thank you. Okay, my apologies for cutting into the breaks. This is all my fault as the chair, not of the speakers. Thanks again for the invitation by Research Department 4. I have to repeat this because I forgot Pascal. Thanks also to you, Pascal, Irene, and Jonas. Thanks to the audience. Really, you were concentrated, interested. Thanks for the questions. And thanks to Jonas for being so flexible. And many more thanks to Sophia, Yevgenia. Great that you came all the long way to discuss with us. This was really impressive. And now I think there is food outside, isn't there? There is food outside, so panel is closed.
Was habe ich gesagt? 5 Minuten?
5 Minuten. Okay, dann.
Okay, it's working again, so let's...
Kannst du dein Handy da hinlegen?
Yeah. Let's start the last session of this annual conference. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch there still, so it was enough, that's good. So this is the usual final discussion type of roundtable that we conventionally have at conferences like this, but as you saw, we decided this time to give it a try with a version that is slightly different, at least from the versions of concluding roundtables that we had so far in conference like this, to not invite new people for the roundtable that haven't spoken before and that then present another set of their own thoughts, but to invite people who already had the opportunity to present their thoughts in order to really rather have brief reflections on what we heard these days, and also invite all of you to share your reflections, not with a view to solving all the issues, of course, not with a view to identifying 3 kind of consolidated findings as to our research question or something, but really more in the sense of reflections when comparing, looking again at the different panels and discussions that we had yesterday and this morning. And we want to do this with the 4 questions in mind that we're kind of guiding our planning and thinking about this conference. And Irene mentioned them yesterday, and I will briefly recall them, and also to kickstart our discussion, try to say one sentence on what I think, or what I take away from our the different panels and discussions that we had. So the first overarching question was about the relevance, really, of questions of political regime types for the type of patterns of interactions that we observe. Of course, the dealing with autocracy kind of theme already suggested a specific perspective there. And in a sentence, my takeaway from what we heard is that it's complicated. We have to unpack the category of autocracies. We also have to unpack the kind of dichotomy, democracy versus autocracy, but this should not lead us, I think quite a few people said this, not lead us to kind of think that political regime type therefore doesn't matter, but we need a more fine-grained analysis of the ways in which different types and changes in political regimes matter. The second question was about the empirical patterns that we observe in relations between democracies, Western democracies mostly we talked about during this conference, and autocracies. Here my takeaway would be that the overall pattern seems to be one of cooperation with some competition, certainly due to the topics we identified probably, and of course with one important exception that we had during the last panel. The third question was about the consequences that these types of interaction and patterns have for the autocratic regimes at hand. And here my takeaway is that by and large what we see in terms of interactions tends to stabilize existing regimes, and probably not only autocratic ones, but just the status quo that we have. And probably not only a status quo in countries, but also the status quo in terms of global power relations. If I try to say this in one sentence, what I take away from our discussions. And the fourth questions was about the consequences of all of this for questions of peace and conflict, dynamics of conflicts both between countries and within countries. In there, at least up until the last panel, I would say that what we heard was mainly that actually we see at worst, if we want, low-intensity conflict, at times none at all. There seems to be much more harmony, if you will, at least at the intergovernmental relation in many of the contexts we've been looking at. And again, we have, of course, one major exceptions, and there are most probably other exceptions as well. But a lot of cooperation, really, and low-intensity conflict, competition type, rivalry at best. So that's my take, but these are, more importantly, the 4 questions. And we will have a round of thoughts from our 4 discussants, which, of course, can base their answers, their takeaways on the panels they've been commenting on, but hopefully also with a comparative kind of view, looking back at the different panels that we had. And we start with Marianne Kneuer. I don't have to introduce them again because you all know them by now. So Marianne, you have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonas. So starting maybe with the 4 questions, I will not respond to all of them because if I do so, then you get nervous again. And I don't want you to be nervous at the end of this wonderful conference. So I will limit myself to only some of these questions. First of all, relevance of regime types. Yes, I think, and I already said this, regime types matter. And I think we do good in taking regime types and continue to take regime types into consideration. And on this basis, I would like to start maybe to talk a little bit more about autocracies and autocracy promotion. I mean, I know our topic is democracy promotion, but still, I think that democracy promotion and the willingness and the active engagement of autocracies in promoting authoritarian elements, be it institutional, be it authoritarian practices, be it authoritarian ideas and norms, be it parts of authoritarian governance models, that this kind of willingness and also the capacity for doing so has increased. We already talked about the self-assertiveness of authoritarian regimes that has increased in the last decades. And this is quite closely linked to strong attractiveness of these authoritarian models, also to then the recipient or third countries, recipient countries or third countries, so to say, of promotion activities. So it's both. I mean, it's push and pull, by the way. I mean, this is also important to underline. It's push and pull. It's authoritarian gravity centers, as I like to call it, authoritarian gravity centers who are willing and capacitated by their resources and their strength in a lot of aspects to reach out, to influence other countries, specifically in their regional neighborhood, but also then beyond that. So they are willing and they are capacitated to do so. But then there's also other countries, again, emulating, copying, adopting elements maybe from these role models. So it's also about this push and pull. So it's not only about promoting, this is actively and intentionally exporting some elements. It's also, and this is what I would suggest, that we also would look to diffusion effects that go along and are, I mean, they are intertwined. These are linked. I mean, promotion and diffusion are linked to each other. It's not that we can say this is that and this is that. No, I mean it's linked. And the more attractive an authoritarian gravity center is, the more, of course, we get from this autocracy promotion, but then also the more adoption from this role model can take place. So therefore, I would like to point to this kind of constellation and mechanisms that are taking place. And this as a first point. A second point would be then to, because you talked about breaking down and unpacking things, we have to unpack autocracy promotion then, because these authoritarian gravity centers, under which I would subsume the usual suspects we have talked about now in these days, Russia and China, but also, of course, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela for the Latin American region. So these authoritarian gravity centers, they not only address autocratic states, and this has to be very clear, and we have to break this down also. They, and this is my point, and this is my work I'm doing. The results of my work is that they have different strategies regarding different states of democracy. And this is also a reason why regime type matters, because the autocracies themselves, who are exporting their governance models or elements, they know quite well, this is a democracy, this is a hybrid regime which is unstable, intermediate, oscillating, and this is a stable autocracy. So the interesting point is that, again, these authoritarian actors, they know quite well there are different regime types, and we have to address these different states of democracy in a different way. So, for example, if they encounter a democracy like Russia encounters Estonia, the strategy is a different one than Russia towards Ukraine. So, towards Estonia, it's the will of delegitimizing an existing democracy, while Ukraine, having been a hybrid regime, we would call it, and beyond, of course, a lot of the other things we heard in the last panel, the strategy might be different. So delegitimation is the strategy for democracies, but for hybrid regimes, it's pushing towards autocracy. So strengthening authoritarian forces and elements. I cannot go into detail here because I don't want to make nervous Jonas again. But it's pushing towards authoritarian governance models and practices and so on. And then the third thing is how do authoritarian gravity centers react to stable and existing autocracies? Well, they try to support, they try to consolidate. This would be the relationship between Russia and Belarus. How can I make a stable autocrat even more stable, so to say? How can I prevent him from being destabilized from democratic social movements and protest movements, firstly, and secondly, how can I make him strong? How can I support him? So what I want to say very briefly and very bluntly is that regime type also matters for authoritarian autocracy promoters and for authoritarian regimes. And this is the reason why we, as researchers, and why I would also suggest to policymakers in democracies, why we should continue to think and to research on regime type and its effects. How much time is left?
No.
Nothing. So, okay, I'm getting you nervous.
Sorry.
A last sentence. In order to do so, and this is now my pledge for the last question, which is consequences for research I want to address. My pledge is that we need, and this is of course something that is not new at all, but still is not put into reality in a sufficient way. We need area studies. We need area studies. Because we need the area specialists who can unpack all these mechanisms and all these processes coming from these authoritarian gravity centers, which are mostly regionally based and regional hegemons often. But then, and this is the next thing, we have to overcome these boxes of area specialists, which also exist. I mean, they're still existing and continuing existing these boxes of area specialists. And so my pledge is area studies, but then please let us come together and let us put together our expertise, our area expertise. We have to build a bigger global perspective on the basis of area studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. This pledge makes several of the members of the organizing team happy. Hannes.
Thank you for your input. So I'll be a little bit provocative, and I'll start from the opposite, but come to the same conclusion. So in the field of energy and climate change that we discussed in the panel, I would say regime types do not matter. They do not matter because, first, energy is too important. People need energy, and this is what we have seen so far, especially during the Ukraine crisis, where energy prices have been lifted to unseen levels. And you might imagine the Tagesschau or the images in the newspapers where our Minister Habeck then went with his airplane to Qatar to make new gas contracts, and where he met France, the French Minister of the Economy, and all of the different ministers. So independent of the regime type, we need energy. And we need raw materials. And raw materials, second issue, are much more depoliticized in a way, right? These are quite politics, somebody mentioned that. And this is also related to macroeconomic policies, right? So this is expert stuff. Nothing being discussed in the public, as we can see with the inflation rates going up. Some concerns, yes, but how to handle macroeconomic issues, still somehow not very politicized. So I think this is a very important issue, and the political mechanisms we have, the Supply Chain Act, for example, do not function. So it's a critical field, and we need these raw materials, and no matter type of the regime. However, the topic will be much more important in the future, and this will increase also concerns: where do we get the raw materials from? And of course, the future outlook of the raw material scenario will be much more related to even more autocratic regimes, because the new wave of raw materials is much more concentrated geographically and much more concentrated in regions where we still don't have access to. So that's a critical issue. So might be it will become much more important. Second question: what kind of empirical relations do we? Relations do we observe? We observe cooperation, and we observe also conflict, but we don't know yet the drivers of change. And I think that's critical. How can we manage the way into this new energy age without knowing the drivers, the domestic drivers of change? That's crucial to know. So we need more research, particularly taking into consideration the local contexts. And of course, also the coalitions of different actors, often behind the institutional settings. That's crucial to know. So what consequences for autocratic regimes can we imagine or observe? I think, as you mentioned, stabilization is crucial, but also I want to bring back one important issue. What kind of consequences do we or can we observe here? And how does that link to to autocratic regimes and to future cooperation? Yeah, this global shift into a new energy age is driven by fears, by anxiety. And we can observe that here. People won't have a job in the future if we cannot manage that shift. So what should those people do in the future? And some of them, not all of course, but some of them are voting for non-democratic parties. So I think during that shift, our institutional setting of our democracies will come to under certain pressure. And finally, what consequences does that have? And of course, the future is open, but I think we can distinguish, in a way, a benign model in which everything functions and a very doomsday model, which I call the dark side of sustainability, in which not only those countries we are cooperating with will become even more autocratic, but also we become more autocratic. And I think that's the worst case, taking into consideration that this energy policy is not only one single issue, but it will affect entire societies. It will affect entire societies' living condition of, the majority of our populations and the world population. And this has not only to do with institutional settings and democracy, but first of all, with a shift in the structure of the international system, and second, with global shifts in the world economy. And we are also already observing that the US and particularly the European Union has lost gravity. So we are not the driving forces any longer. And this will also affect the power configuration you mentioned, that we might don't have the power also to not only to impose, but to cooperate with the right coalitions in those countries we want to cooperate with. This brings me to the last point. Area studies is key to understand that. And I would even radicalize that. We need cross-area studies, because our area studies vocabulary in this future scenario does not work any longer. It's not about Asian studies, Latin American studies. But Venezuela and Algeria has much more things in common than Venezuela with Ecuador. So we need a new vocabulary in area studies, which is much more related to theory development. Thank you.
Thank you. Marina.
Yeah, I'm just typing down one sentence to respond to you.
Please do so.
So that I don't forget it. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I will address, I think, 3 of the 4 questions. And I would start with the relevance of the regime type. And in our panel, we obviously discussed China's infrastructure financing and the Belt and Road Initiative. And what we clearly see that in the so-called global south, democracy versus autocracy just doesn't catch. Neither does it in aid and development financing. We heard from our colleague from Ghana today that China and the so-called West are not really perceived as competitors, but as providing different types of goods. And both are needed. Hard infrastructure in terms of roads and bridges, soft infrastructure, democracy, good governance, human rights. I don't have a solution for that. This is just something we need to be aware in our debates when we address our partners. Another question which is relevant to that is, and we talked about it in our panel as well, is whether Chinese development finance actually has a preference of in distribution by types of regime, and whether China favors authoritarian countries. And there we have some excellent research done by the Aid Data Project, which has shown that neither does China preference authoritarian states or dictatorships, nor, despite what is commonly believed, does it preference resource-rich countries, be it oil or rare earths. So it seems to be like pretty much across the board. It actually does prefer countries which are more stable and have better governance. What we can clearly see is a preference for nepotism and corruption, because a substantial part of funding goes to regions which are the birth regions of rulers, which was, by the way, also the case with the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka, which was the birth area of the head of state back then. But this is probably not purely China's fault, to be honest. Neither does democracy versus autocracy catch on the Taiwan issue, which we didn't really talk about here, although the escalation of the Taiwan question is probably one of the biggest threats to our stability here in Europe, by the way, next to Ukraine, because it will, if it really happens, will force us to decide how true we are on our values, or in consequence shake our economic base. So what we see when we talk to countries of the so-called global south, that neither democracy versus autocracy, nor, by the way, the question of state sovereignty catches, but what does catch is the question of stability. And then we are again, at development and stability. What is the consequence for the type of interactions then? One thing we hear a lot is that we need to learn from Russia when it comes to China. So what lessons can we learn for China? Sometimes when I follow the German debates, I get the impression that with Russia we could have known better but chose to ignore. With China, it's such a hot potato now that we don't even want to look too close. At least this is what is reflected at how many or how few resources are allocated to understanding Chinese strategic thinking. And I mean really understanding by reading what Chinese policymakers write, which is in Chinese. Only 5% of what is openly accessible on the Chinese internet is translated. Everything that is translated by the Chinese state are propaganda documents. This is something I think everybody needs to be aware. And slightly linking to your point on area studies, theory, yes, but we need language competence on such a, we really need to up it up, because we're missing so much just because we don't read what they write and base our decisions on what we project on them, which is based on our own thinking. And General H. R. McMaster wrote this wonderful book where he argues for strategic empathy and concludes that the lack of strategic empathy was the cause of US failure in Afghanistan and Iraq. And to be frank, I mean, Russia is probably a little bit better, but China is still a marginal topic in the disciplines of knowledge of China. Competence to decode China receives virtually no attention in comparative politics and relative to research on political theories. Marianne, I totally agree with you, as you can imagine, as an area scholar, that we need area studies specialists. But then we end up with the very classical question of distribution and questions of power. We have 50 China professorships Germany-wide. Only a fraction of them does politics or economy. Now think about the 26 Romanists and old philologists in Hessen alone. So we have twice as much China professorships in whole of Germany as we do Romanists and old philologists in this federal state. So yes, we need change, but this means that universities need to redistribute money away towards area studies, or disciplines need to hire area studies people. And just giving you my personal example, I usually don't do that, but I think it's pretty illustrative. So I'm a sinologist trained in modern and classical Chinese studies and law, who works on global China development cooperation and foreign policy discourse. Now, for sinology, I'm too narrow. For the disciplines, I lack theory. So yes, and we have plenty of people like me who simply fall through the system because everybody talks we need them and nobody has jobs for them. So if we want to change that, organizational theory says change happens because the leadership wants it or it doesn't. This means that people in power need to start doing this change. So enough kind of that on area scholars. Let me come back to the Belt and Road Initiative and the consequence for regime type interactions. There may be some advantage of pragmatism, and this is what we hear from our recipients. And now looking back at us, what have we been doing? We do have the global gateway, and then the partners come and ask, so what is it? Is it a road? Is it a bridge? And then we end up with the problem that in Europe we've been thinking the global gateway from what we want and what we can do with our European bureaucratic processes, and not in terms of what kind of deliveries partners need.
And this relates to how we conceptualize the problem. We don't conceptualize the problem as development, we conceptualize the problem as our China problem. Now, if we would conceptualize it as a problem of development, we would come up with very different solutions and would probably actually be competitive or better competitive to China in the global south. And that brings me to my two last questions of what do we need to do. Like, first of all, we talked about that we need to speed up area expertise. And one very illustrative question for me is, just shows the lack of this, is the whole debate about whether the Belt and Road Initiative is that. No China scholar would argue it's that because it was incorporated in the Chinese Communist Party's constitution in 2017, so by definition it cannot die. And now we see there is a Belt and Road white paper, and the forum is coming up next week, 17th, 18th October. So just by the quality of debate, you see how little expertise we have. And my second point for the conclusion is engage or not engage. Especially now in the China debate, there is very often this point that we shouldn't do dialogue for the dialogue's sake, because we may do harm. But then we can ask the question, but what is the consequence of no dialogue? What are the costs of no dialogue and not engagement? And I would like to close with a quote by a US colleague who compared dialogue with China with a treadmill. You don't get anywhere, but it's still a worthwhile exercise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Stefan.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering how an analysis by a political scientist who speaks the language would look like, or to what degree would it be different to an analysis by someone from area studies. So, but in general, I would agree. You need language. You need.
Can I give you an example?
Please.
So, when I was writing my master thesis, it was on China's energy security policy in Central Asia. The statement in the political science debates, China has a very clear energy security strategy. The conclusion that the Chinese language debate was, we don't have a strategy, and that's a problem. So this is kind of response in a nutshell.
Okay. Because what I wanted to say is we need both, I think. So, and making again an analogy to crisis research, so there we have this differentiation from expertise in crisis and expertise for crises. So you need the knowledge for analyzing a specific crisis disaster situation, but you also need those people. And maybe this is my communication lens or lens from working with the policy field, who then know how to translate it to the policy field. So if we look, for example, to climate change and hear that math or the models speak by themselves, no, they do not. There are political decision-making processes after that. And therefore, I would think it's not the one or the other, it's just both that we need to deal with these issues, at least in terms of developing policy solutions and recommendations. But more getting to the panel. You mentioned it's like this is a special case here on the program. And luckily, I would say that, if we look at these trends of autocratization, that around 70% of the world population live in autocracies, luckily, most of them do not have governments that engage in aggressive wars, right? So we had the very particular case here of an aggressive state, yeah, and how to deal with it. And here we learned from the papers, I think, that in terms of to understand how this war came about and also the mispredictings in the beginning, regime type or this particular regime type in Russia mattered. So this is what the panelists argued here. Another level of where autocracies or dealing with autocracies, I think, were important is not Russia itself, but the strategies of democracies to work together with different regime types in countering the Russian aggression. And here I think
there is a lot of work to do for peace researchers, for political scientists to understand better what are the multifaceted reasons here for the restraint of many governments in the world, for the difficulties to get Russia isolated in such core questions of the international community, of international law. I think this is a point where we can see, okay, obviously it matters, but I think we should more invest in learning how exactly. And of course, I mean, I don't want to go back 2 centuries here with I mean, PRIF or Haas of K back then had a research program on democratic peace. So, and of course, we learned from that program that democracies are not necessarily non-violent, but still, there is this Doppelbefund, as you called it, in the many publications. So how does it speak to the situation here, I think, in this acute situation? Jonas, you also made the observation that in the other panels, cooperation and competition were the main empirical observations, and of course, not here in the case of how to react to Russia directly, but here again, indirectly, the question of cooperation, at least, I think is important. I referred to in the introduction of changes in BRICS, changes in G20, changes in attitudes, how Western leaders spoke there, and what were the questions. And I think the question of how multilateralism will look like in the future when we narrow it down to core principles of international relation, the Charter of the United Nations. So this is different as that we have in the past, and I think here, these terms or concepts that you're referring to here are important and should be used in the analysis to have or to provide more coordination here. And this also last point. Peace and conflict, of course, this is also something that we learned from all the presentations. I think that on the one hand, negative peace, we discussed this. This is what we all wish for and would say, okay, if we look at the current world situation, maybe this is what we should aim for, but this is not the sustainable long-term peace. So we need just peace situations, and this is the one point. And the other thing is with regard to peace and conflict, and again international law, because this is where I come from. I mean, this started with the crisis of a liberal order with Trump, and before that, we are obviously in a situation where we have only international law of pre-1960s, where we can agree on globally, and this is sobering. But this is a situation that we have, and again, I think we should research on taking this as a vantage point. What can a multilateralism of the future look like in this situation? So maybe not the aim for deep rules and norms, but maybe be not ambitious in that one, but a multilateralism this includes more people, and then I think we would have tools to react to acute crisis situation that we face right now better than we were prepared to pandemic, climate, Russia, now Gaza. So I think this meta-crisis of international order is part of understanding of how or why it is so difficult for the international community to react, because there is no international community right now. So thanks.
Thank you so much to all of you for these reflections. And now we do have the time for some reflections from the audience. We start here. Where's the microphone? We have.
Thank you very much for these great concluding reflections. I would like to speak to the first question, does regime type matter? Because I think it's really relevant. Not only does it matter, but how does it matter, and on what level of aggregation? And I would like to specifically respond to Stefan and then to Marianne Kneuer. So, I mean, in terms of war, I think one finding in this very house was also that there is a huge variance among democracies in how they behave towards the world. And I think the same holds true for authoritarian systems. So I think first learning would definitely be to say binary doesn't work, right? We need to think about this in terms of a spectrum. And we also, maybe more generally, we could say, okay, domestic politics matters, right? And then maybe look into, well, how does it matter? And I think we too quickly tend to forget the democratic wars and that they were in Iraq interstate wars of aggression against international law, right? We had that before, so it's not necessarily that authoritarian warfare is waged by authoritarian systems. It can be waged by democratic systems. And I think so I would argue here in favor more of, not applying too early this democratic authoritarian lens. That can be an empirical result if we find patterns. But to start from the beginning and say, well, we expect that there are differences, I think that's maybe one step too early. And my question for Marianne Kneuer would be, I find the idea of these authoritarian gravity centers fascinating. I've read your work on this. And I'm totally convinced by your finding that they do promote this. But I would like to ask you, if we put this in a broader historical context, don't democracies as well do autocracy promotion? I'm thinking about the Cold War and the US policy. I'm also thinking about more recent examples like Germany is struggling now, how to find a good deal with re-autocratized Tunisia, and not make it seem like, well, it's just because we don't want your refugees. I'm thinking about how now Germany again gets in trouble for making gas deals with Qatar, but interestingly, not because they think they support authoritarianism there, but now it matters that Qatar supports Hamas, right? So I think we also have a good democratic tradition of autocracy promotion. And conversely, I think we also have, and again, Germany is a good example. You can see that I'm upset by what's been happening these last days. How deeply our authoritarian impulse is settled into our society without someone from the outside, trying to trigger it. So there's also, the authoritarian impulse from within societies that we think are democratic. And compared to these two examples, which are now very rough, I know, but how much does autocracy promotion by autocracies matter compared to all of the other sources of authoritarian impulses? That would be my question.
Thank you. Beate? Could you pass it?
Thanks. I'm following on from what Hannah was saying, and also I think Stefan. I think these panels over the last 2 days have made one thing very clear. Regime type matters, but how it has made clear how it matters and how it doesn't matter. So when we look at environmental politics or development politics or migration issues, whether that's from the EU or from China or whoever, it doesn't matter, largely. It just doesn't matter. It matters only in terms of people using this discourse for particular purposes, right? The EU uses it for particular purposes. And and these purposes, they may lead to a reaction, as we heard from China, hey, if you trumpet your democracy thing, then we're going to put something against. It may matter in terms of Tunisians or Algerians or whoever, kind of basically saying, look, stay away with your stuff, because we don't want to be dictated in the way in which we have been before, and there are other sources of things and so on. So this is how it matters. And it seems to me that is the answer to your last question. How should we study this? We should study it not as some abstract thing up there. Here we have some wonderful, binary concepts that we can throw on the world. But actually, how are they used in the world? That is what we should be studying, and that is what we should also be advising politicians about, right? How are they used in the world? What are the effects of these things? That seems to me to be the outcome, actually a very positive outcome of this whole exercise for over the last 2 days. That's it.
Thank you so much. Caroline in the back.
Yes, thanks. I'm Caroline Fehl from PRIF Research Department International Security. While I like and use discourse analysis, maybe to make a bit of a materialist counterpoint to the last remark, it seems to me that a theme we should be studying is how the democratic, autocratic relationship in politics is affected by technological change, and that seemed to be a theme that popped up in various panels, and it affects things like fake news through social media, it affects energy politics certainly, and I was wondering whether any of you would like to comment or had some thoughts about the positive and negative impacts of technological change. So while I was listening to the panel, for example, I was wondering whether artificial intelligence will resolve the language problem, right? We can now already DeepL translate any website, and that's certainly going to get better, and maybe that's seriously going to open up new ways for getting into internal debates within autocratic societies without being an expert in it. So, thanks.
Thank you. So I would suggest we have a final set of responses from the panel. I'll start with you, Stefan. Like
no, I just agree. So thank you. If it was not clear,
you're allowed to be brief.
Therefore, I said not necessarily more peaceful. It just meant it as this is another starting. There is an existing literature, another starting point that we could use. But I totally agree with what you said. So
perfect.
That's it.
Yeah, thanks, Marina.
Okay. Thank you. I like to pick up on the regime, on how the regime type questions matters and link it to the language. Of course it matters because, I mean, autocracy manifests very differently in Russia, China, Hungary, or Turkey. And then, Stefan, I was a little bit surprised by your language question. Why? Because I keep thinking, would we accept anybody as a credible analyst of the United States or France who doesn't read English or French?
No, I meant a person who does speak the language. This is very important.
And here we come kind of to my second point, and this is a very typical response I get from the disciplines, and which feels to me defensive, but maybe it's not. I'm not saying we don't need disciplines. I'm saying that we need teams consisting of disciplines and area studies, and I'm saying that it's unless a person grew up bilingual and decided to study the subject, I didn't. So I'm Russian-German bilingual, and I went to study China, of all things. But it takes a long time to learn Chinese. It's really a foreign language. It's unlike French or Italian, it's not a dialect of Indo-Germanic. So to become a good China decoder and a good political theorist, you either have to be bilingual or do a double degree, 2 PhDs, which is probably not very efficient. So it would make sense to have interdisciplinary teams where people like I decode the Chinese stuff and you transmit it into the debate. The problem is we have very few positions for once and much, much more, probably not enough for the other. And there we have an asymmetry we have to address if we want to take it seriously. And now, linking to the question of technological change and whether the AI can resolve the language problem. The AI will give you a translation of a Chinese paper which talks about China's global vision for global governance, promoting a shared community of future for mankind, a democratization of international relations, and that argue that China upholds development and human rights. Now, what do you do with that? You either can go to the Decoding China Dictionary, which I am a part of, which looks at how key terms of international relations are understood differently in the Chinese party discourse and in the Western discourse. You can read Professor Holbig's papers, who does this kind of work. But basically, you need, like, the more AI we get, the more people we will need to curate that, because how this terminology is used and what it means, it's fluid. And the only way to keep up with that is to be on a constant diet of Chinese propaganda and read the People's Daily every day. So AI is helpful, but it will give us even more work because we can digest more, bigger amounts of Chinese official sources. Now, another part of digitalization we didn't talk about is actually that again, coming to Global South and Africa in particular, that China is basically the biggest player in digital infrastructure development on the African continent. And that applies not only to telecommunications. Huawei is heavily exporting its safe city concept, which comes with cheap loans and a huge surveillance apparatus, which may or may not be used against opposition. We had this case that obviously data from the African Union headquarters was channeled to servers in Shenzhen, which Huawei denied. It was built with a Chinese grant. And there the problem is that first China comes with a very competitive offer with a whole package solution of digital infrastructure and cheap loans. And the second problem is that the servers are in China, so the digital value created actually does not happen in Africa, but does happen in China. China uses the huge amount of facial recognition data to improve its facial recognition, which then also applies to Xinjiang. And we are facing a bifurcation of standards, where digital experts here in Europe say that we have a window of 3-4 years, and unless we manage kind of to catch up there, we will basically lose the African continent when it comes in terms of technological standards, because they will not be compatible with the EU standards anymore. So this is a whole topic we probably kind of need to take into account, and I'm sure, I know that many colleagues address it when it comes to autocracy promotion.
Thank you.
Very briefly, I think, as you mentioned, the question is clear, right? Under which condition? And that would invite a lot of studies, comparative studies, comparing different cases and policy fields and policy issues, under which condition regime type matters and when does it not matter. And I think when does it not matter is also quite important, because then one fits all solutions are at work. I think the question is clear, but if we look into particularly the energy field, I think that is also kind of a life curse. Yeah, sometimes it matters, 10 years after it does not matter any longer, then it matters again. So I think that the question to answer is quite complex. Briefly on technology change, I think, as you mentioned also, I would support that technology change is super important, but it also creates inequalities. Not only within countries, but also global inequalities. Some countries, some societies, some people do have access to, some others not. So it will create winners and losers. And how we can integrate this new winners and losers into a future political system is quite unclear, still unclear. And I think still there is a quite technicist a sentiment around the future challenges we are facing. And I'm a little bit fearful of this technological change solves everything argument. And finally, I think with the area studies argument, it's in a way funny, because if we look into the last 20 years area studies funding in Germany, funding increases if the government faces serious problems. Then it gets a lot of area studies funding. The BMBF then gets a new funding line, as with our project. So then we get a lot of money for area studies, then problem solved, conflict done, Germany withdrawing from Afghanistan, and then funding goes down. So, and every 10 years we are discussing in the area studies communities about the end of the area studies and the regaining importance of the disciplines, and then 10 years later, the discipline should be dissolved and everything should be interdisciplinary, and area studies coming back in. So I think what we should really think of combining both. Yeah, we need disciplinaries and disciplinary education. That's what we are doing at the basic level of the universities, right? But also we need area studies expertise, and we should not think or forget that our Western social science is also an area study. It's an area study about Europe. Yeah, so it's easy to mix up that. I would say we need to increase non-Western knowledge, but also provincialize Europe, and I think that's the most important thing. But one remark: we should not forget about I don't think that's a distributional issue. We should think about increasing the money per se that is spent on education. So I would also say Roman Empire research might be important for historians, but we should also get more. So if everybody gets more, we don't have any conflicts.
Thank you, Marianne.
Yeah, to follow up on that, I mean, we all experienced now in Germany the catastrophe of Eastern European history and Eastern European studies and so on, which has been decreased and evacuated, so to say, in the last decades. And so that now we are standing here, we have no professorships or chairs for Eastern European history, Eastern European studies. The Slavic philology is, I mean, the same picture, and maybe even worse, because Russia is traditionally, nearer than China, and it has been downsized and downgraded in a way. So expertise is lacking, and this is the takeaway. Expertise is lacking in all kinds. So I have one question from you. I don't remember your name. You didn't. Hannah. Okay. So do democracies promote autocracy? No, simply because I really back here for analytical rigor. So promotion is per definition, and here we are landing on democracy promotion when we talk about autocracy promotion. I mean, we can do it differently, of course, but so far we are using the notion of promotion as an active and intentional activity. So active, intentional, direct. Active, intentionally direct intervention. So if you ask if democracies promote actively, intentionally, indirectly autocracy, no, because I wouldn't see that. Yes, I would, if you mean indirect effects, so that democracy promotion can create indirect effects on stabilizing autocracies, there we have evidence. We have, I think, enough evidence to say, yeah, this happened, and this can happen theoretically and empirically, both. But I would not agree that democracies would intentionally promote autocracy. I mean, I would rather then go in the direction of Marina and pick up again the question of stability. And here, but this is nothing new. By the way, we have this old trade-off between stability and democracy, or stability and the effort of democracies to engage into democratization support or countering autocracies. So, for example, in the Middle East or also in Latin America, So the question, should we do something? No, better no, because we could destabilize. And there is evidence, I mean, that destabilization can happen also. So I would rather go into this, then I would, it is an issue if you bring it into this trade-off between stability or stabilization goals, the goal of stabilization and stability versus, democratization or something. And then the second question, authoritarian impulse from inside. Well, again, here I would back for analytical rigor. If we talk about democracy promotion or autocracy promotion, we are exclusively talking about state actors. I mean, if I talk about these authoritarian gravity centers concept, we are talking about state actors. So if you point to authoritarian impulses from inside, I mean, yes, of course there are. You have counterpublics, you have illiberal authoritarian counterpublics in democracies, and you would have, in autocracies, democratic counterpublics. This is something, yes, of course, it's there. How a counterpublic, an authoritarian or illiberal counterpublic would influence the government policy, well, this would be a different thing, So this would be my answer. And then I would like to shortly address the technology thing, I mean, I only can agree to Marina and Hannes. I'm doing quite some research also in this, in all this field of autocracy and democracy and regime type comparison in terms of social media regulation, in terms of repressive measures and so on. And very shortly, what we can find is that autocracies exploit, and I mean, it matters a lot. It matters really a lot. It's significantly mattering. And what autocracies do is they use digital tools, digital communication, but also other tools like e-participation tools, e-government tools, and so on, even online deliberation, and so on. They use it in two regards. Repression, so you can use, obviously, I mean, we know it from China, for repression, but they also use it for legitimation. And this is underestimated. We need much more research on the way how autocracies exploit digital tools and digital communication, social media communication for legitimation. This is a big issue, and again, I'm working on that, but I just throw it into the public, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, perhaps just two... Before I really conclude this, perhaps just two thoughts. One, I cannot help like the kind of democracy autocracy promotion issue, which I think is an important one in the gravity centers. Of course, intent, like the way we tend to define democracy promotion would be like this, but then of course the question of intention is always a very tricky one. Is it the declared intentions, or is it what is really in the heads of policymakers? At least I think historically we have even very explicit, very narrowly defined examples of autocracy promotion, when the US has been explicitly saying, when we're confronted with the risk of totalitarian communist regimes, we prefer and promote authoritarian ones. This would be, in a very narrow sense of the definition, autocracy promotion, I guess. But I would agree, and I think we heard this throughout these 2 days, that what is most probably more important are the non-intended consequences of policies. Yeah. Both, I think, as I also understood the China panel, both with a view to an authoritarian country like China, but also with a view to kind of a democratic kind of a set of democratic countries, well, largely more or less democratic countries as the EU, right? That probably kind of the non-intended consequences of their policies on other regimes are more important than the explicitly intended kind of policies that are adopted. A second one, to kind of perhaps come back to the overall question and Beate's important point, I guess. I would think that probably there are perhaps two main, or at least two key pathways in which the question of regime type is relevant for the issues we've been talking about. And I think the discursive one, kind of the way in which actors, political actors, social actors make use of this, kind of create meaning in use of these very concepts of democracy, autocracy, and what have you, and the divide and the divisions and the differences, is certainly a very crucial one. But these actors do so not in a kind of institutional vacuum, but they do so in specific institutional settings, of course. Institutional arenas, which are shaped beyond their discourse by the way in which these institutional arenas are constructed. And in the nation-state kind of context, regime type is an important kind of a device how these institutional arenas are kind of constructed and work. So this constrains how they act. This gives power to some of these actors, to others less, to the necessity of building coalitions or not, etc., etc. It comes with specific justification discourses that kind of work in specific publics. So I think like these two pathways and they mutually shape each other will be important in this ways, and of course makes it even more complicated. And then because something I think we alluded to quite a lot during the different panels, but it wasn't the theme. So if you think about a follow-up kind of panel or conference, something I would be interested in, to look at these issues and debates from a more top-down global perspective, because what we've been doing here is looking more from the issue areas, not areas, at times also areas in terms of regions, but then also in terms of issue areas, looking at bilateral, trilateral relations, and then kind of thinking how this relates to global dynamics. But I think it would also be key to look at from the global level to more systematically think through how the evolving configuration of the global order, the reconfiguration of powers, gravity centers, the global political economy, the global political ecology, with energy transition, with climate change, how these kind of global dynamics shape these bilateral, trilateral relations, the question of dealing with autocracies, the relevance of this at all, etc. And the role, of course, in place of specific gravity centers, like the EU being one, but only one in a whole set of very diverse kind of gravity centers. So this might be kind of a question to follow up on this. At least we at PRIF and in the regime competition research group will follow up on this. But hopefully with all of you in kind of different formats and contexts, so to follow up on this, so there's no solution to this question, and that's also good for us as academics. At least I learned really a lot. I have more questions, but I think better and better informed ones than before. I hope that the same applies to you. And I will end with a series again of thanks. So thanks to my fellow co-organizers, Pascal, Irene, and Cornelia, for kind of designing this whole thing, then to all the kind of different support teams in science communication, Ursula Grünewald, Laura Friedrich, Yvonne Blum, Leon Safin, in terms of organizational issues, logistics, Susanne Schmidt, Viola Niemer, Cornelia Hess, Christine Gröber, Thilo Barth, our student research assistants, Vivian Götz, Lena Bühring, Anna Böck, Cedric Meyer, intern Yannick Kramer, the technical support staff in the back who made possible the audio kind of that it always worked, and even the Zoom kind of thing, and the YouTube online, which I heard also worked perfectly all the time. So thanks also. Thanks, of course, to all the panelists, discussants for these great panels, and to all of you for being here, for discussing with us, raising important questions and making important comments. And see you all on another occasion. Thank you so much.